Hello everyone, am I audible guys? Yes or no? Okay. Very good. Pratik is there. Okay guys, so we will start soon. In some time. Let's say in 2-3 minutes we are going to start. Good evening Ajit. Good evening Tanya. We'll start soon guys. So let's start, guys, now. It has been a lot of time now, so it is like 6:05 and we will start with today's lecture, right? And right, before starting with today's lecture, so let's start what we have seen till now, right? And before that also, if you guys have any questions, right, so we can start the discussion around that first, right? Right. अजीत यार ये सब मत बोलो, डोंट से दिस थिंग्स अजीत. आई टीच everywhere with you know everything with all my enthusiasm, right? So again we are going to learn a lot of things, and today again we are going to have a lot of different concepts, and most importantly few concepts that you will be seeing for the first time. So should we start, guys, everyone? Right, should we start, everyone? So first thing, let's start from the very basics, what we have covered till now. So what we have covered till now, guys, quickly recap what we have covered till now. Recap what we have covered till now, guys, right? Quickly, what we have covered till now. Anyone has any idea? First we started with fundamentals of, right, fundamentals of Python. We completed everything about the basics. Then we came to operators, right? We came to operators. So we understood operators in detail, right? After operator was done, right, what we did, everyone, if you guys remember correctly, then we tried understanding conditional statement. Conditional statement, right? Conditional statement. Conditional statement. We saw different use cases of conditional statements, right? Right. Then after that we started with loops, right? We understood the for loop, while loop, everything in detail. Yes or no, guys, everyone? So this we already have understood. Then we started with the data structure. In data structure, we covered the basics of strings. Basics of strings, right? We covered the basics of strings, right? In this basics of string, we covered to some extent. I will be discussing everything again. So let's see it. And now what would be the agenda of today's lecture? Right, agenda of today's lecture, right, right. Agenda of today's lecture, what we are going to complete. First, we will complete the string, right? Complete string we are going to do. Then we are going to look at list. Then we are going to look at tuples, right? Then dictionaries. Before that only I will discuss first set, and then we are going to look at dictionaries. And finally, if time permits, we are going to start with function, right? Right. Idea was today to start with oops after function, but I believe the amount of depth we are covering, right? So let's focus on function first, and then we will look at other things, right? So this would be our agenda for today's lecture. Then after that, in the last, as usual, we are also going to discuss about interview questions. So we are going to discuss about interview questions. We are going to look at interview questions, whatever topics that we have studied so far, and then that would be the idea, right? So let's start, guys. So first of all, I will just put it here something, data structure and functions. Before that, I had discussed about conditional and loops. We already have discussed. We solved few problem statements, right? Right. Everything we had discussed, right? That was the thing that we have seen, right? Now coming to the most important thing, we were discussing some functions of string, right? One of them was slicing, right? How can you do the slicing of a string? So that is something what we had discussed, right? And we discussed that in depth. Then we also saw the operators. So we also discussed how to do some operations on string, right? So now we are going to move ahead and we are going to look at other different functions in detail. But so far so good. Anyone has any questions so far? Quickly. Anyone has any questions so far? Everyone? Yes or no, guys? Quickly. Right. Okay. Anyone has any questions? Yes or no? Then I will start. Pooja says no, sir. Okay, guys. So let's start. So first of all, what are the data structure? Data structures are the containers. We already have discussed. Now one of the container, let's say, is a string. Let's say you just write as equals to Ajay. Now in this string, right. So if you just look at type of as, then this you will find as a string. So this is your string. That is something already we have discussed, right? That is something already we have discussed. Very good. Not a problem. We also discussed a lot of things. Can we do something like this? Let's say, can I say Ajay is greater than Ajay? What will be the output? Anyone remembers that? Quickly. What will be the output? Ajay is greater than Ajay. Anyone? Okay. No one is mentioning? Okay. So here if you just execute, it will give you false. Right. The reason being that this A is in terms of ASCII value more as compared to this capital A. Already we had discussed, right, in the last class, right? So that is the understanding. Very good. This already we have seen this. We already have seen the slicing, right? We also have done the slicing part. How to access the element index wise or multiple elements together. We already have discussed that as well. Right, just a second, guys. I will have opened my pen, right, to showcase you one thing. So for example, let's say if this is a memory block. Let's say this is a memory block, and here inside this memory block, let's say we have some values A, J, A and Y. This way the data is not stored. I will come to the exact thing how data is stored, but this is the understanding. Now you can access the element. Let's say this is your S. So then you can access the element, let's say as 0, that will be your A, as 1, that will be J. That is the understanding. Already we have seen. But let's say if the index is not present. So for example, this S is Ajay, right? Now let's say there is no any fifth index. Then in that case, if you just write 5, what will happen, guys? Everyone? What will happen? In this case, anyone has any idea? What will happen in this case? If I write as 5, right? Will it give some result? Very good. So it will throw an error. Why? String index is out of range. So it will give you some error. Very good. So far, so good. Everyone has understood. So far, we have discussed a lot of other things associated with the string in the last lecture itself. You guys can go ahead and see the last lecture. What are the other things that we have already discussed? Now, let's see some other operators. Can I say, let's say Ajay and Kumar. What would be the result of this, guys? Anyone has any idea? What would be the result of this? Ajay and Kumar. What would be the result of this? Anyone has any idea? Just think it. What could be the result of this? Right? What could be the result of this? Right? What could be the result of this if I just execute this? Right. So let's say if I execute this, right? Let's see what happens. You get Kumar. Sorry guys, I might not be visible. Am I visible? Just a second, guys. Okay. Okay, for some time guys, I might not be visible. Yeah. Okay, but don't worry about that. Don't worry about the visibility. Now am I visible? Right? Am I visible now? Okay. Now I might be visible. Just say it. Right? Right. Okay. Okay guys, so let's start. So this is your and. So you got Kumar. Right. How did you got Kumar? Anyone has any idea? Right. Right. Anyone has any idea how did you got this Kumar? Right. Or let's say if you just write Ajay or Kumar. In this case, what will be the value that you get? Here you are getting Ajay, here you are getting Kumar. How? No Ayush, this time not this is lexicographically. That's not the reason. Anyone has any idea? Why it is so that here you are getting Kumar and here you are getting Ajay? Should I answer this? I think you guys should be answering this. Right? Just think it. The idea of the lecture is not to only come and deliver. You have to also start thinking, guys. You have to develop the thought process. Right. 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 Anyone has any idea why it is so? Guys, do you remember the AND operator, the logical operator, and OR? Right? Yes or no, guys? AND operator and OR operator. Right? 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 Yes, very good. Now guys are answering. If both are true, it gives the first input. That comes here in the case of OR. So in case of OR, so what does Python do? Python considers string as a true. String as a true. That's it. This is something that you need to remember. Python considers string as a true. Right? So what will happen? In this case, if it seems to be true, the first value it sees true, it will print directly Ajay. Whatever value it is there. Even if you write anything, let's say I will just show you. If you write anything, so for example, if you write here, let's say Kumar or Ajay, just do this one also. You will realize that it will print Kumar. See? So first element, whenever Python sees it, it just print the first element in the OR operator, and in the AND operator, it just prints the next element. That's it. Right. So if I will prove it again, don't worry. If a string has character, Python considers as a true, That's it. And in the OR operator, it will just see the first value, and done. It will not think even of the next value. I can prove it. How? So for example, let's say we have an empty string. This is an empty string, and just write AND Ajay. So true and true. What will happen, guys? Right. Again. So again, let's say true and true. What will happen in this case? Right? Quickly, guys. If true and true, what will happen in this case? Anyone? Quickly. Right. Right. If true and true. But here, since you don't have any value, it will be false, because the first thing is an empty string. Right. So in this case, what will happen, guys? Quickly. Right. What it will print? Anyone? Right. Anyone, what it will print? Right. Quickly. Okay. Right. Many people are saying Ajay, Ajay, right? Right. So let's try it out, guys. If you just do this, see, right, this will print an empty string, right? At Anaska, it will not be a comma. It will not be just comma. It is called as empty string. This is called as empty string. So that's the understanding, right? Now, guys, very good. So far, I guess should not be any problem with anyone else. Anyone has any problem to understand? So far, so good, everyone. Should I move ahead now to the next topic? Right? 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 Yes or no? Because the next topic that is coming is very, very important. That is the concept of mutability and immutability. So already we have discussed this, right? But again, we will discuss this, right? What is a mutable? If something I say is mutable, then what is the meaning of this? If I say something is mutable, what is the meaning of this, guys? Right? What is the meaning of mutable? So can I say whenever you are able to edit a data structure, then that is called as mutable, right? So I'll just write it here, the meaning of this, right? Right. So what is the meaning of mutable? What is the definition of mutable, right? Mutable. So whenever a data structure can be edited after the creation, then it is called as mutable. Then it is mutable. Already we have seen the concept of mutability. Do you guys remember? I think that you might be remembering this. Even if you don't remember, don't worry, I will just talk about this again in detail. So now what is the concept of mutability? You understand that if a data structure is mutable, then we say that, okay, fine, it is a mutable thing. So for example, let's say we have a string called as is equals to Ajay. So let's say this is a string as. Now how to access the element? Instead of A, you just want to replace that with B. So let's say here, first of all, access the element. So this you will get, so let's say as 0. So as 0, you will get A. Now you want to replace this A with value B. How can you do so? Right. How can you do so, guys? How can you replace the value A with B? Right. Anyone? Right. How can you do so? Right. Quickly. Right. How can you do so? Very simple. You can simply just write as 0 is equals to B. Right. So if you do now this, right, equals to B, then what will happen? Oh, what I am doing. So my keyboard is not visible now. So just a second, guys. S 0 is equals to B, S is equals to Ajay, then S 0 equals to. Right. Here you got some error. Why? That's the question now. Because this is something that we wanted to discuss. Right. Why this is an error, guys? Anyone? Why this is an error? Right. Why this is an error? Right. Very good. Many of you guys are answering it. Very good. Right. So strings are actually immutable. Right. Many of you have written as 0 is equals to B, but actually it is immutable. Right. So that's why you cannot do this particular operation. You cannot do this particular operation. So now it proves that string is immutable. Strings are immutable. This is one of the most important concept, and that is asked in the interviews a lot. Right. Very good. So far so good. So now let's move ahead with other functions. So let's say now you guys are comfortable with the strings. Can I move a little bit fast, guys, now? Can I move a little bit fast? Yes or no? Little bit fast. Okay, no one is responding. Okay, very good. So let's start to some extent. Little bit we will try to be little bit fast now, right. Okay, so let's say we have a string. So let's say s is equals to Ajay. Let's say s is equals to Ajay. Now you want to know how many characters are there. Then what you can do, guys, just use length of s. So the moment you do length of s, it will give you 4. This is the first thing, right? Now you have understood how to use the length, right? So length will give you actually the number of characters in a string, right? Now let's say we have again s. You want to make all the characters lower. How can you do? S dot lower. Very simple. S dot lower. See, now this character capital A has become small a. Right. If you want to make all the characters upper, how can you do? S dot upper. So these all are string specific functions. So here I can just write strings specific function from here. Strings specific function. Strings specific function. Specific function. You don't need to memorize, but these are string specific functions. Right. So lower, upper. Now we can have the title as well. So let's say this time, let's say I will just have I am Ajay. Let's say I am Ajay. Now what you can do? Simple s dot title. So if you want to do title, what does title do? So let's say if you want to know what does the title do. Title actually does the first letter in capital, right, in the uppercase. But let's say if you don't know, what you can do? Hit shift and tab. You will understand everything. What does this title do? Return a version of the string where each word is title cased. Title case simply means that the first letter of the word will be capital. And now if you execute, see, all the first word, or let's say first character of the word, let's say if I consider am is a word, then A is capital. Ajay, in Ajay, A is again capital. So this is the understanding. Now let's say, fine, this is your A. Now you want to swap case. Whatever is the uppercase, you want that to be the lowercase. Whatever is the lowercase, you want to have the uppercase. In that case, what you can do? You can just do s dot swap case. So the moment you do s dot swap case, see, whatever is small letter and whatever capital letter has been changed. Right. Now, again, we have also one function that is called as capitalize. So let's try to understand what is this capitalize, right? So if you just hit again shift tab, return a capitalized version of a string. So what will happen? See here, the first particular character of the string will be capital and rest of the strings will be small. Rest of the characters will be small. So this is the understanding. These are some string specific functions. Is it clear, guys? Now what is the use case? It will come with the use cases at a later stage, but this is the understanding of string specific functions. Slowly we will move to generic functions and everything, but is it clear, everyone, till now? Yes or no? Quickly, right? So far so good. Yes or no, guys? Quickly, right? Everyone, right? Right. Very good. Now let's move ahead with other generic function. So now I am going to write a title called generic function. Generic function. So what is going to be in generic function? These functions are those functions which will be used in every data structure. Right. It will be used in every data structure. That's why I am just putting it here. so that, in one go. Obviously, for each of the data structure, I will be talking it in detail one by one, right? One by one, we will be discussing in detail, but let's say generic function. So first example would be, let's say length of s. So already we have discussed. So this is a first function, that is a generic function that can be used with any data structure. But another functions, let's say max value. So if you just write max of s, if you execute this, you will be also able to get the maximum value. Now, can anyone answer me? What is the maximum value here? Right. So why it is y? Anyone? Quickly, anyone? Why it is y? Last digit is max? No. Anyone else? Last digit is max. Someone is saying Arun. Very good. Anyone else? Right. Very good, Sajil, to some extent. Again, ASCII value. Right. Now moving ahead, this was the max. Maybe let's say mean. So whatever ASCII value is higher, whatever ASCII value is lower, it will give those values. So now minimum of s. Just execute this. See here. Right. Here the caps. So basically here space is there, and that's why you see the minimum of s is a space. Right. That's the understanding. Right. That's the understanding. So now moving ahead again. So we have another function called as sorted. So let's say you just use sorted. So this time what I will do, I will just use a other string. So let's say Ajay. Now if I just do sorted, maybe let's say sorted. What does this do? Right. What does this do? See here. What it has done. Can you even answer this quickly? Right. Sorted. What does sorted function do? Right. So here it has sorted the character based on string value or based on ASCII value. That's it. In a list. Value in a list. So it will actually return the values. So first we understood about some string specific function. Then we understood about the generic function. Right. Now guys, moving ahead, there are multiple other functions as well that we are going to discuss. So let's try to understand the other functions. Right. So now that is also very important. I have discussed this, that strings are immutable. Fine, strings are immutable. But how can we move ahead? Right. Let's say if you have to modify a string. How can we modify a string? So there comes again a subtopic, searching, or let's say modification and searching of a string. Modification and searching of a string. Right. Modification and searching of a string. So this is the topic that we are going to look at. So already we have discussed that strings are immutable. So s is equals to Ajay. So if I just do s equals to Ajay and then just write s is 0, right? And if I want to put it as 0 is equals to, let's say b, you cannot do so. Why? Because it is immutable. Very good. Right. Try it another way, you will get it still the same error. But let's say here we have some address. What is this address? Maybe let's say, or let's say some name. I am a, let's say, teacher. I am a teacher. Let's say, I have written something like this. I am a teacher. But now I want to replace this teacher with a student. Then can be a lot of use cases. How can you do so? So let's say this is your s is equals to this. And believe me, you are going to use this many times. There are a lot of use cases about this particular function. How can you do this? So we have one function called replace. So now again hit shift and tab. So return a copy of all the occurrences of a substring old replaced by a new. So let's say you want to replace this particular teacher string, so teacher string, with some other value, maybe some other value this time is, let's say, maybe what should I keep it? Anyone? Maybe I will just put like a student, let's say a student. Then here if you see, I am a student, we get this particular value. Right? Right. So we have now replaced this teacher with a student. Is it clear, everyone? Now, what is the use cases? So for example, I will give you an example. So let's say address. You might have seen this in your real world example, something like that, right? Something like that you might have seen a lot of times. Let's say 1, 2, 3, house, apartment number 5, house, apartment number 5, let's say apartment 5, right? Bangalore. So let's say this is the address, right? Bangalore, right? Bangalore. If spelling is wrong, then please forgive me. But this is like a address, right? Now, try to understand here in this case, right? Here apartment is apart, right? Can I change this to apartment? The answer is yes. How? Very easy. Just do address dot replace. So the moment you do address dot replace and just write apart, and then whatever new word you want to be. So apartment. Now if you write something like this, then it will be now apartment, right? So this is the understanding. This way actually you replace. So basically what is happening here? A string was saying I am immutable. No one can touch me, right? But developer thought no. We are developer. I will make sure that you are changed. Then they figured out a way to use a function called replace. Is it clear, everyone? Yes or no? And that's how you have now actually modified a string, right? So this is the understanding. So Sajil is asking here, I have written apart and here it is apart. Still how it is changed. So if you see here, there is double T, right? Double T. So basically the idea should be here to use apart, but anyway, you got it apartment. Right. IOS says, but it will return a copy. Yes, correct. All of these things. So as dot replace is returning a copy. This is actually returning a copy. Then now again you can assign back to the same address or to the same variable name, right? So this is the understanding, right? You can assign back. So for example, let's say here you want to assign this back to address variable itself, you can do so, right? In fact, if you have to define the concept of mutability, you have to define something like this. Once it's created, it cannot be changed. So the original string cannot be changed ever, right? So that cannot be changed. So this is the understanding. Is it clear now? So this was about the modification. How to do modification of a string. So you can just write a comment here. This was some like of a jugaad. Jugaad means in English, what should I say? Some sort of trick that you can use to do operations like changing some values. So this is the thing. Anyone has any questions so far? Should I give you something to do? So can you just modify something? Let's say you might be using these lingos, right? BRB. How many of you have used this? Talk to you later, or let's say LOL, right? Please try to replace this with its full abbreviations, full spelling. Can anyone try it quickly? Just try it out, guys. Right? Quickly, everyone. Everyone please try it out. How can you do so? Anyone? Right? Arun says text dot replace. Arun, you are not very careful here because we have 3 words here. How can you do in one go? This is not an easy question to try it out, guys. You have to think how we can do this in one go. Quickly. Right? Sajil says done. In one go, how can you do, Arun? Anyone else? So let's say, very easy, guys. First, right? So first of all, text is there, right? So do it first. Dot replace. This is the first thing that you have to do. Very good, Sajil. So here dot replace. Now what you want to replace? This is BRB. So you can just write it here. Be right back. Be right back. Be right back. This is the first thing. Then again in the same string you can use dot replace. In the same string you can use dot replace, and let's say TTYL, talk to you later. Very simple, right? Talk to you later. Talk to you later, right? And now see here, be right back, talk to you later. Now it is LOL, just use again dot replace and you can change it again. So this is the understanding. In this way you can change multiple values in one go. That should not be any problem. Right? Very good. Anyone has any questions so far? So we have seen about the modification of a string. Now let's see searching of a string. How can you search the string? Let's try to look at that as well. Right? Searching of a string. Right? This is again going to be fun. To search a string, we have something called again membership operator. We have find, we have index, everything we can do. How? Let's see it. Before going ahead, so let's say we have a string. The string is abra kadabra. Let's say this is your string. Right. So now if I ask you how many numbers of A is there, how can you find it? How many numbers of A is there? Quickly, guys. How many A's are here? S equals to abracadabra. Right. Lucky is saying A in S. No, I am asking how many number of A is there. Right. Ayush says count. Very good. Very good. So you can simply use count function. So how can you use the count? So S dot count. So the moment you do S dot count and just provide A, you will realize that A is appearing for 7 times. A is appearing for the 7 times. Right. Now you understood the count function. Then we want to have the index. Right. We want to search a particular character. Right. So let's say here I want to know what is the first occurrence of A. Then you can use as dot index. So if you see here, the first occurrence is first index. This is your first index. So what does dot index do? Just hit the tab, shift tab. So what it does? Returns the lowest index in S. That's it. That's it. Done. Done. Can you provide a substring? The answer is yes. So let's say you provide a substring, then what will happen, guys? So A, B. So let's say what happens? See here, again 1. So even if you provide the substring, this will give the first element index. So let's say now, maybe you can just write K and see what will happen here in this case. K. See here, K is at 6th index. That's why you got 6. Again, what is the use case of this? At a later stage, you will find a lot of use cases. Right? There will be a lot of use cases with these particular functions. Right? Now, again, moving ahead. Very good. So far, so good. Everyone has understood. But now let's say we don't have any character in the string. Then what will happen in that case? As dot index, let's say JAD. In this case, what will happen? Try to execute this. See here. Substring not found. So if you have, right, something like this, which the index is not there, or where the value is not present in the string, then it will give you substring not found error. This is something that you will get. So far so good, everyone. Anyone has any doubts? Anyone has any questions till here? Quickly. Right? Very good. Now this we have got that this is an error. But now there is one more function associated with a string that can give you a similar value. That is find. So as dot find. So as dot find. So now you can just find, you can use as dot find and try to execute this. First, before that, first of all, let's say k. So again, it will also give you index 6. So here also you got the index 6. See? So find does the same thing, right? But there is a difference between find and index. Can anyone think of this? Right. What is the difference between find and index? So now just you write as dot find, and this time find, this time you put Z. What will happen in this case? So here it was throwing you an error. Now the moment you do as dot find Z, you will realize something, that it will not throw an error, it will give you -1. So find will not throw any error. Find will not give error. If element is not there, will return -1. Return -1 if element is not there. Right. There's one question. Here everyone is coming from various background. Some of them already have studied these things. But have you guys ever thought why there are two similar functions? If index is there, what was the existence? Why do we need find? Or if find was there, why we need actually, index? Right. Have you guys ever thought? Right. So this is food for thoughts, guys. Please try to think it. Right. So please try to think it. But yes, you should start thinking. Right. Why it happens so? A similar type of functions are there. Right. 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 Now moving ahead. This was about searching. But one thing that we have not covered it yet is the membership. How to do using in operator. So let's say in operator. So membership operator, in operator. We can also search something in a big string using in operator. So let's say here I will just write I am a student at CareerCraft. CareerCraft. Let's say this is the case. CareerCraft. Now you want to search if am is present or not. What you can do? Just write am in this. So it will give you true. It will give you true. Right? Right. If it is not there, then what will happen in that case? Let's say Ajay. Ajay. In that case, it will give you false. Right? That's the understanding. Right? Right. That's the idea. Now guys, let's move ahead. So let's say string comparison. So in operator is very important. Again, already we have seen one of the use case of in operator. Do you guys remember designing a survey form in the conditional statement? So let's say here if it is email, if you want to validate any email, so aj@gmail.com. So let's say this is an email. So how can you verify this email? So you can just write if at the rate in email. So you can simply write. If at the rate in email, then you can simply write print valid email ID. So valid email ID. So valid email ID. Else you can simply write, invalid email ID, invalid email ID, invalid email ID, email ID. This is the case, right? See here, @ is there. This is a valid email ID. One of the use cases, right? Whenever you want to verify something, always you can use this, right? Now, very good. Now let's move ahead to other thing, that is string comparison. Can we do string comparison? The answer is yes. So for example, S1 is equals to Ajay, right? Ajay, and then S2 is equals to, let's say, maybe Ajay, right? So what will happen in this case? Let's say S1 is equals to S2. See here, it gives you false, because you understand that this A is different as compared to this capital A. So this will become, right, true if I just change both the letters to A. Right. This is the understanding. Right. Now again, you can just play with this also. How you can play this? So let's say this is the thing. Now let's say if you want to compare two inputs, right? Maybe many times what will happen, though this will happen many times. Let's say you have asked the user ID, right? Let's say you have asked the user ID. Someone is Monjolika, right? Monjolika is a name, whoever is joining outside of India. Monjolika is a ghost, Indian ghost, right? Indian ghost name, okay? Right. Now let's say if you are providing user ID, many a time instead of capital M, you can just provide a small m, right? So while designing a software, right, there might be the cases where you want to deal these things, right? If someone has by mistake put a capital M, then you can just convert this to small m, then again compare it. How? I will just show you. So for example, let's say in this case we have, right, in this case we have, let's say S1 is equals to Ajay, S2 equals to Ajay. Now how can you compare? Very simple. S1 dot lower, right, S1 dot lower, and then you can just do S2 dot lower. Just to generalize the thing, you can just write something like this, and then it will give you true. This is the understanding. So far so good? Yes or no? Right. Now again, you must be thinking, what is the use case of this? Right. Use case of this equality operator. Right. What is the use case of this? Have you ever thought about this? Very easy. So let's say here, you are actually logging in. Right. You are logging in. Let's say, right, input, give your user ID, right? Let's say give your user ID. Please enter your user ID. Enter your user ID. Let's say this is the case. So now let's say here you got ID, right? Now what you can do? If, right, ID u. So let's say if ID u. So if ID u is equals to, let's say ID is 500, right? If ID is u is equals to 500, print you are allowed in the world of Avengers, right? Let's say world of Avengers. That's it. Else, let's say else print, right, Thanos will kill you. That's it. Now execute this. Enter your user ID 300, right? Thanos will kill you. Again print user ID, let's say 500. So it will give you, right, the moment you do 500, then you will get it, right? You are allowed in the world of Avengers. This is one of the use cases. There can be a lot of the use case, but this is something I can just show you. Is it clear? Everyone? Yes or no so far? Any doubts? Any doubts? Very good. No doubts. Now, again, we have already seen the sorted. So, sorted function already we have seen. So, sorted also works with a string as well. But I will talk about this sorted again once more. Right. Now, moving ahead. Right. Some operations, more operations. Right. 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 Some more operations. So, let's say we have very important operations that you are going to use at a later stage in your job, in your career, in our course itself, right? So some special operations, special string operations. Guys, now we are raising the bar, and let's see. So for example, let's say, right, we have some string as is equals to some value like this, right? Some value like this, Ajay, right? This is the value. Now answer me a very simple question, guys. Do you think this space out here and this space out here makes sense? Right? Do you think this makes sense? It is of any use case? Right? Why it is coming, I will talk about this. But let's say this is something, right? It doesn't make sense, right? It is of no use. So for that, we have a function, a very special function that you can use, that is as.strip. So it will just remove the spaces, remove the spaces. Now why it is very necessary? Why do we need to understand this? Right? There is a reason behind it, right? So whenever someone is entering something, right? Let's say there is a survey form or there is some data collection method, name. It is possible that sometime people by mistake press the space bar key a lot of many times and then press name and then maybe by default another space bar key. Right? So there can be discrepancy in the inputs, and to avoid that discrepancy you have to deal with it, and to deal with it is some strip function that you have to use. So far so good, right? Yes or no? Right. Now moving ahead. So let's say this was the understanding. So this is the first special function that we wanted to know. Second special function. So first one was strip, right? Second one is split. This is also a very, very important function, right? What is this split, guys? Right. So let's say we have a string something like this. D is equals to, let's say, CareerCraft. CareerCraft is an affordable data science course. Let's say has an affordable data science course, right? Has an affordable data science course. So this is your D, right? Now here let's say CC has an affordable data science course. Very good. Now what if, right? What if you want to split all of these words, right, and put it in a list? How can we do so? Right? Very easy. Just do d.split, right? D.split, execute. You will find that word by word now the data is stored in a list, right? It has been splitted, right? Now again you must be thinking, okay, fine, by default string is splitted based on space. Very good. And stored back in a list. Very good, not a problem. But now the problem is, right? Let's say, right, you want to split based on maybe D. This is the character you want to split. D.split based on any character. Can we do so? Right? Can we do so? Right? right? Can we do so? Right. So here just write D. See, based on D, right, things has been splitted. So let's start first. CC has an affordable. The first D is coming here, right? The moment you see first D, see, this is a complete word. After that, again, the next D is coming here. That's why these characters are again one word. And finally, rest of them are one word. How powerful this split is. Right. So this is how you can also split based on some other characters. In fact, you can also split based on any character, be it comma, be it any alphabet, something like that. Anything you can just split it. Right. Now, fine. This is the first special. So first special was strip, then we had split, then we have something else as well. What? Join. So we are going to join. So what is this join? So let's say we have D dot split, right? So reverse of split is join. So I will just now here write reverse of split is join. So easy. So easy. Reverse of split is join. How? How to use that? Right. Very easy. Now you use dot join, right? Just write like this, dot join. Now put this, whatever you have got. So let's say you will put this here. So let's say you want to put this list here. So whatever list value is there, so you want to put it. Now how to do this join, dot join? So here again, you have to pass a parameter. So let's say here, I want to do this using like this. So based on escape character, you want to join, right? So let's say space here. So we are now executing this. Now you have got back the same string that we had. See here. So easy. So can I say now the reverse of split is join? Everyone, yes or no? Right. This is the understanding. Adeline asks, sir, suppose we have many same character. What if we want to split a character, particular character in the sentence? You can split it. Right. That's what we saw you. Right. This is D. Based on D, D was multiple values. Once D was here, once D was here, and you have split it, something like that. Right. This is the understanding. So guys, everyone comfortable? Dot join, the reverse of the split. Right. Join removes the list and becomes a string. So it's not exactly that, it is removing the list. It is just simply saying that whatever you have inside this join, you are joining that based on the space. So each of this word will be followed with a space, then another word, then again a space, then another word, and so on. Right. Adeline says, my concern, if we want to split just 1D, no, you cannot, as of now, whatever we have seen, we can do based on all the D. But let's say if you want to know if we can split based on only first D, right? Can we do so? The answer is yes. Most probably we can do it. How? So max split equals to -1. If you see this value, so you can pass this particular argument. So here I will just write max split equals to, maybe max split is equals to 1. Let's see what will happen. See here, based on only 1D, you have split it. Got it, Adeline? Yes or no? Is it clear now? Right? This is fun? Right. Very good. Anyone else has any other questions? Right. So this was about the split. Right. So let's say I will just write it here. I will make sure that I should write it here so that, splitting based on the first occurrence. Splitting based on first occurrence of a string, of a character in a string. Very good. So this was the understanding. So far so good. I guess there should not be any problem. Now guys, let's move ahead with other special functions. So for example, we have seen split, we have seen join, we have seen strip, right? There is one more function that is very, very important and you will be using at a lot of place. So for example, there is a string. What is a string? Maybe let's say anything. Let's say Monjolika is a Indian ghost. Let's say this is a string. Very good. Right. Now, you want to know if this particular sentence starts with Monjo or not. Then how can you do that? And you will be using this type of things a lot. Right. How to find that this string actually starts with Monjo? How can we find, guys? Anyone? So here we have another special function called as starts with, right? So here I can just say s dot starts with and just write Monjo, right? See here, it is true. Yes, it starts with Monjo. Right. So interesting. Yes or no? What is the use case? There will be a lot of use case about this. Right. Let me give you an example. I don't know how many of you will be able to relate it with an industrial example, but let's say I will give you an example. Very interesting example. Let's say you are working with a data science pipeline. Right. Data science pipeline. Right. If you guys know the data science pipeline, there will be few specific steps that is followed. But let's say data is stored in a storage. Storage is, let's say, S3. Right. AWS storage. Right. Data is stored here. Right. Now you downloaded the data. Downloaded the data on your disk. Right. So data is, let's say, pre-processed data. Right. Then you have something extrained data, and so on. There can be multiple data. So you already have downloaded data. But there is a catch. Maybe pre-processed data is multiple. Pre-processed data 1, pre-processed data 2, pre-processed data 3. There can be multiple pre-processed data that you have to use for the analysis. Now in that case, what will you do? If you have multiple pre-processed data, in that case, what you can do? Very simple. Let's say you have multiple pre-processed data and you want to actually use all the data, use all the pre-processed data to make one data frame. Then you can simply write a logic that read all the data at this place and only, or just select only those data which starts with pre-process keyword. That's it. Right. If it is starting with the pre-processed word, then read all the data like this. There can be other ways also. You can just pass read CSV and here the pattern pre-process. You can also do this pre-process star. This is also the way, but this is one of the way to also know if some files are starting with some special sequence. So this is the understanding. Got it, everyone? Yes or no, guys? Quickly. Yes or no? Right. So this is one of the use cases. Right. Now we can have another type of special, that is ends with. So as dot. You can also have ends with. What is this ends with? Ends with. Now instead of Monjo, you can simply write that if it ends with ghost. What will happen in this case? Ghost. Just write ghost. right? If you just write this, it says false because here G is small and here G is capital. Now just change this to small g, it will give you true. This is the understanding. So far so good, everyone, right? Everyone, right? 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 Anyone has any questions to ask till now? Right? Right? Very good. No questions, so now move ahead. So let's move ahead to other things. Right? Another, we have some special functions, but we'll come to that again back to that. But let's say if you guys remember, I had written a string something like this. I am going to Delhi. I will eat chole bhature. Right? I will eat chole bhature. Chole bhature is an Indian dish. Let's say I will roam around Delhi. Right? Right? Very good. This is the thing. Right? Execute this. Right? I already had shown you something like this before. Right? You see it here. Backward slash and. Backward slash and. Backward slash and. What are these backward slash and, guys? Quickly. What are these backward slash and? Why do you see this backward slash and? Anyone? Right. 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 What is this backward slash and? Right. 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 Very good. Many of you have answered it. So this backward slash and is called as escape character. This is called as escape character. What is this called as? Escape character. Right. And it says, what it says? It is saying, it will say that please bring the data in a new line. Right. So slash and means a new line. That is the understanding. Right. So this is called as escape character or escape sequence. So what is escape sequence or escape character? Escape sequence. Sequence slash character. Right. A spatial combination of characters used within a string. Right. This is the understanding. Right. Right. Now, let's say what I will do. I will just copy this. I will copy this. See what I'm going to do it. I have just copied this. And now, let's say this is the thing. So now I will just use a string s is equals to this. Now if you use s, you will get this value like this. But the moment you use print, what will happen to this? See, all of these things are in new line. So a special combination of characters used within a string that is understood by print statement. Print is a statement or a function. That is the understanding. Clear? Yes or no? Right. And similar to this, there are lot of escape characters. Slash and is one of them. There are others as well. Right. What are others? I will talk about this. But this is the understanding. So far so good, guys, everyone. Yes or no? Right. Now, moving ahead. Right. Other escape characters. So for example, another one is, let's say, T. Right. This is your, again, a tab. Again, a escape character, but it is a tab. So tab. Now, what is the meaning of this? So let's try to look at this. So for example, we have something like this. Right. We have something like this. Name. Right. Again, then slash T. See what I'm going to do. Maybe name slash T class. Again, let's say slash T, and maybe let's say grade. Now, what I'm going to do? Now I'm writing slash and, backward slash and. Backward slash and means a new line. In a new line, then I will just write maybe some name, let's say Atanaska. So this is the name, and then so class, again I will just write slash t, class is data science, very good, then again slash t, right, we will be having again maybe let's say grade A. See, this I have written something. What is the meaning of this? I will discuss this, right. But so far I have just written a code, right. Now I will just use a print. So maybe let's say I will just write table. Table is equals to this name. Fine. Now I will just print table. So once I print table, you will find something like this. Name, this is the name. Class, this is the data science class, and grade is A. Now if you just put a small name, maybe let's say right Aka, then it will be all thing will be in a very good, well-mannered way. See? So slash t means a tab. One tab means 4 space. So this is the thing. Right? Now moving ahead, we have another escape character. Right? That is called as backward slash itself. So for example, what will happen? You will find sometimes file path like this. So file path you will find something like this. So in your computer you find some file paths like this. C, maybe let's say users, then you will find Ajay, then you can just write downloads, something like this. Again, 2 backward slash is nothing but a escape character, right? Try to execute this. So now if you just use print file path, so here you will find that this is only 1 backward slash, because this particular slash is again a escape character, right? Again a escape character, right? So this is called as, so this particular thing, this backward slash is a escape character. You can escape, right, the characters ahead of this. For example, another example, I will give you another example. Let's say we have as is equals to something like this. I can't. Let's say I can't. Here I can't. I will just use single quote. I can't play. Let's say I can't play football. Right. Let's say this is the string this time. Now you already know if you execute this, it will throw you an error. Right. We already have discussed this. Try to execute this, it will throw an error. Right. Because it is single quote, and here also it is single quote. But if you guys remember, I had told you the way out is to use the double character here, double quote here. Just use like this, double quote. Right. This will not throw an error. But let's say if someone is stubborn that okay, I will use only single quote, then how to make this string some sense? Just use again this backward slash. Done. Now if you do so, you will be able to execute this, because after this the first special character was single quote, and it will just ignore that particular character. This is the understanding. Right. Again, one more escape character. I know I have been teaching a lot of escape character, but I just want to complete everything. So let's say another one is char is return. What is this? Char is return. This is backward slash r. Right. So this will move the cursor to the beginning of line. What is the meaning of this? Right. So let's say I will just write print CareerCraft is a great institute. Let's say great institute. Very good. Right. Ajay is trying to teach. Right. I'm just trying. Right. So let's say teach. Very good. This is the statement. Right. If you execute, you will get the whole sentence. But somehow you don't want this. You don't believe this. So in that case, what you can do? Right. Just use a backward slash r. The moment you use the /r, the thing will start from directly here from Ajay is trying to teach. This is the understanding. This was all about escape character. Say it quickly, guys. Now if you have any questions about escape characters, understood everything, any questions now? Quickly, guys. Understood the escape character? Right. 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 Everyone, yes or no? Am I moving very fast? Am I moving very slow? Right. Right. Pace is okay, right? Right. 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 Very good. Sajal says carriage return repeat please. So very good. So we'll talk about the carriage return again. So what is this carriage return? So /r. So what will happen? Let's say there is a paragraph. Ajay is blah 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 blah. Ram is a student, right? Something like that. Then we have, let's say Syam is a student, right? Syam is a student, right? Right. So let's say this is a paragraph. Very good. But let's say if you want, right, to start with a particular place, whenever you print something, print this string, you want to start with a particular place, then in that case you just use /r, right? So for example, let's see it. So /r, how it works. So if you just remove this, if you remove this /r, remove this, what do you see? CareerCraft is a great institute. Ajay is trying to teach. Very good. Right. Now, here if you see carefully, the whole string is starting with CareerCraft. But the moment you write something like this, then it becomes, the string becomes like this. Right. Right. So this is the understanding. Right. This is the understanding. Right. 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 Anyone else has any other question? Quickly. Lucky is asking what is F. I will come to that, Lucky. I am going to come to that particular thing only now. Right. So now guys, we have understood this. Very good. Now one thing you might have observed, each time, let's say hello Ajay. Let's say hello Ajay. So you get something like this. Oh, hell Ajay. I am not going to hell. So let's say hello Ajay. So you get something like this. Maybe let's say B is equals to hello Pratik. Hello Pratik. Hello Pratik. Right. So let's say this B. So now you will get hello Pratik. Right. Right. Something like that. Sajil Singh, why is coming teach institute instead of only teach? Is it so? Okay, this should not come. Right, this should not come. This is not the idea. So this should not be coming. So no, this is something bad. So here, right, this should not come. So maybe here, like this. Right, see here. Now it is doing good. So Ajay is trying to teach. Maybe there is some problem with that particular part. But see here, now it is working fine. There was some space. Right. Right. But now, let's moving ahead. Right. Right. Now, let's say A is hello Ajay, B is hello Pratik. So each time, right, what you are seeing guys, each time you have to actually create a variable with different names. Yes or no? Right. Right. You are creating with different names. Right. What if you want to write something which automatically takes the name? Can we do so? Can we do so? Right. You understood the requirement, everyone? Everyone understood the requirement. Each time a new person is coming, let's say Ajay, hello Ajay, hello Pratik. You don't know the name, right? Sometime Ajay will come, sometime Pratik will come, sometime Sambit will come, right? Sometimes Sajil will come, right? Right. Lot of people can come. But now the question is, you don't know the name of the person. So in that case, how to write the code? Right? This is the question now. Right. Right. So if you have to write the code, right, where you don't know the name of the person, then comes a concept called string formatting. Very important concept, the most important concept till now. The most important concept till now, whatever we have seen in the string. So be very, very careful. We are raising the bar now, right? And let's see what happens here. Very important with respect to interview as well. So let's say name. Name is equals to, maybe let's say this time, I will write Syam. Right, this is the name. Right. So now I will just write greeting, or let's say here greeting, or let's say maybe something like that. F is equals to hello. F is equals to F hello, and here I will just write Syam. Right, or let's say name. That is here, hello, name, how are you? Let's say how are you? Let's say this is the thing. Very good, not a problem. F hello, here you have put name and then you are putting how are you. Now try to execute. If you try to execute this, what will happen? You are getting hello Syam, how are you? Now what is happening here? Try to understand. So you have actually in this particular string created a placeholder. This is called as placeholder. This is called as placeholder. So you have created a placeholder where the variable value will come. Where the variable value will come. Right. Now, very good. Right. So let's say here, now I will just put it something like this. Instead of name equals to Syam, just write any other name. Maybe Sambit. Sambit is there. So now if you execute, you will see, hello Sambit, how are you? So here you don't need to actually specifically define the variable one by one. You don't need to write the string one by one. You just need to write once and create this placeholder. So this is called as string formatting or called as F string. Very important. Why it is very important? Let me give you some industrial use case example. Very interesting. I will give you an industrial use case example. So let's say there is a pipeline, ML pipeline. Right. This is machine learning pipeline. Try to understand. Many of you might relate it to. Very important use case. Let's say here case 1 and let's say case 2. Let's try to understand this. Case 1, first data pre-processing. Data pre-processing. So what are you going to do? So let's say you did some step, but in pre-processing there is a possibility that all the rows will be deleted. So what you want to do? Maybe you want to put the information of the message. So how can you put the information? So you can just use F string. F, write this, the number of rows at pre-processing step is. Now whatever df was there, let's say you can simply write df dot shape, and df dot shape gives you both rows and column, and let's say maybe write 0, it will give you row, and that's it. Close this. Now you can have this in the logger, stored this information. This is the importance of this F string. Right. This is the importance of the F string. Right. So this way you can store the information somewhere. Right. Now again, second use case, let it be. I will talk about that at later stage. But this is the use case of string formatting. But actually, there is a history behind this string formatting. String formatting was not like this. It is in the recent version of Python, you see like this. Earlier, there are different ways to create a string formatting. Right. So first of all, what is string formatting? So I can just write it here, creating a string with placeholder for variables, First, this is the understanding. Now we are going to talk about f string first, So we already discussed. But this f string is not the first thing that we are going to see. Right. This was actually, not this way that we are looking at. It was in some other format. Right. How it was that? Right. It was something like this. So let's say name is equals to, let's say Ajay. Right. Now what you can do? Here you can simply write something like this. Hello. Right. And here you can just write this %s. Right. And then here like this. Right. Hello Ajay, how are you doing? How are you doing? And then after that you used to write something like this, %name. See, hello Ajay, how are you doing? Now you can just write anything. Let's say hello Vijay, what are you doing? See. So f string, this format to store the variables, it is in the most recent version of Python. Right. Earlier this used to be the format. So why I am telling about this? Because let's say if you are working in the industry and sometimes some people has written this code, this is from the older version, you don't need to worry about that. And in fact, right, after this and before this, there used to be one more format. Right. There used to be one more format, that is called as dot format. So dot format. So I'll just show you this as well. All of these three things does the same thing. Right. Dot format. How? So let's say I will just define a template. So this is my template. What is the template? Let's say here the template was something like this. Hello. And then I will just put like this. Hello. Right. I will put like this. Something like this. Right. And then I will just write. Right. Hello. And then what I am doing? Hello. And then I will just write welcome to the class. Right. Class. This is a template. So you have created a template. Now what you can do? Very simple. Now this is your template. Just do template dot format and pass as many name you want. Dot format. Let's say Ajay, and then you are welcoming to the data science class. Now let's say maybe execute this. See, hello Ajay, welcome to the data science class. Now let's say same thing, another name. Maybe let's say hello format. Let's say Vijay, right? And this time you want to welcome for the ML class. This is the thing. Hello Vijay, welcome to the ML class. Right. So all of these three things does the same thing, but now this is the most easiest way to do the things. That's why this is preferred in the recent version of Python. Is it clear? Everyone? Atanaska, it is clear? Yes or no? Quickly. Everyone has to answer this. Is it clear? Kiran says yes. Other people? Guys, we have covered everything about the string in depth. This much of depth you will not find on any YouTube channel or something like that. Right. There are few more things that is left. So we will discuss about that and then we will move ahead. So we have, we have something, something that is, to know if a string is alphanumeric, is alpha, is digit, is identifier. We are going to look at this as well. So for example, as is equals to, let's say as is equals to, let's say as is equals to, let's say as is equals to Ajay. Let's say this is your string. So let's say this is your string. Very good. Now you want to check it if this is alphabetical or not. So yes, just do as dot is alpha, is alpha. So if you just do this, it will give you true because this is alphabetical. Right. Now let's say if you want to have a string something like this, right? Ajay 1 2 3. Now if you want to check if it is alphabetical or not, just try to again execute this as dot is alpha, and now you will find it false. Why? Because this is now alphanumerical, alphabet plus numbers. So in that case what you can do is alpha num. So if you just do alpha num, then it will give you, so is it alpha num? It's al num. So alpha num. So it will give you true. Right. That's the understanding. So let's say here we have another value, a is equals to 1 2 3, 1 2 3. You want to check if it is a digit or not. So what you can do, a dot is digit. Just do is digit, right? Is digit, right? Just do it true. See, because inside this string, this is a digit. Right. Let's say if something is variable or not, what you can do, you have a dot is identifier. If you guys remember, what was identifier? Is a variable. So if you just execute this, it is a false. Okay, is identifier. So you can just hit tab and let's see why it is say then it's true if a string is valid Python identifier. Yes, it's not a valid Python identifier because 1 2 3 cannot be a variable name. If a valid variable name. But let's say if the variable is a is equals to Ajay, a is equals to Ajay. Again, let's say a is equals to Ajay. Something like this. A is equals to Ajay. Now this time if you execute a dot is identifier, then you will get something like this true because variable can start with a, something like that. Right. Variable can start with a character. So this can be a variable. That's why you see that it is true. Now here if you see a dot is, if you hit tab, there is a lot of values. Is alphanumeric, is alpha, is ASCII, is decimal, is digit, is lower, is space, right? All of these are there, but only the important ones already I have covered, and the rest you don't need to worry about that. Right? Is it clear about this? So where you can use this? You can use this if you want to have a check, if you want to check if it is alphanumeric, if it is a digit, something like that. Clear so far? Should I move ahead now? Yes or no? Quickly. Right? So far so good, guys, everyone? Right. Very good. Now guys, let's move ahead. Again, we are going to have more fun because now we are going to use iteration or loop over a string. Right. How to use a loop over a string? So let's say we have a string as is equals to Ajay. Ajay is a data science mentor. Let's say Ajay is a data science mentor. Now guys, you have to iterate through this particular loop. So already I have discussed one thing. Any data structure can be iterated in two ways. First, element wise. Second, index wise. Actually both are same thing, but the approach is different. So for example, here you want to iterate. So for I in S, print I. This is the thing that you can do. See, Ajay 1, 2, 3. Okay, as I have not executed this, sorry. So Ajay is a data science mentor, something like that. Right. This is the one way. Second way, index wise. How? Already we have discussed again. I will discuss it again. For I in range of length of, let's say, here you can just say S. So length of S. Now let's say print I. Print I. Right. See here, print I. It is giving you the index. Now each index wise you want the character, then just write as like this, because you are accessing the element index wise. Ajay is a data science mentor. Clear? Now you already know length of S. What is the number of character? That is 19. Can you write a Python code to actually calculate the length of a string? Python code to calculate length of a string. Length of a string. Anyone? Can you guys try it out? Python code to calculate length of a string. Quickly guys. Let's see how many of you can do this. You don't need to use length of S. No. You have to write the code now. You have seen the loop. You understand how length works. Now you have to do this. Right? Try it out guys. Are you guys trying it out? Sada has written something. Sambit says question again. Question is very simple. Python code to calculate the length of a string. Right. Anyone? Can you do so? Very good. Many of you have done. But let's see how can we do this. But guys, now this is alarming, right? If you are attending the class, right, since the start, you should start coding this, right? You must be able to code it, right? And this is very easy. Count is equals to 0, right? Same type of code already we have seen in the last class as well. So for I in S, very easy, right? Count is equals to count plus 1. Count plus 1. Done. And in the last, you can print the count. Print count. Done, guys, done. See here. 19. 19. Yes or no, everyone? Quickly. Done. Right. So, guys, do you think anything still is left? Any strings? So we have completed everything in the string in so much of depth. You will not find this anywhere else, right? So now we are going to start with list, and in the list we are going to look at a lot of things, right? 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 So to start with a list, should we guys take some break? 5 minutes of break, guys. So it's already 7:44. I didn't realize the time. It's like 1 hour 44 minutes. I didn't realize, to be honest. Right? I didn't realize. I was teaching in the flow. So let's take 5 minutes of break, and then we will start with the other things. Right? Right? The list we are going to start with. Should we start, guys, now? Everyone back? Yes or no, guys? Quickly, should we start? Very good. So let's start, guys, everyone. Right. So now we have seen till now, right, what is a string, right? Right. Let's start with the list. Right. Right. So what is a list? We are going to start with that. Right. Right. So again, very simple. List is another data structure. Right. So list is, right, ordered collection of items. Right. So lists are ordered collection of items. Right. 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 So string comparison we already discussed, Lucky. Right. Right. So now lists are ordered collection of items. Right. 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 But if you guys have to remember, right, oftenly I say it, right, in the classes, I always say it, list is like a mom's bag. List is like a mom's bag that can store everything. Right. That can store everything. Lists are like a mom's bag that can store everything. So let's say Ajay, name also, vegetable name also. Right. Right. Numbers also, 1, 2, 3, decimal also, float also, everything. So what is a list? Ordered collection of items. Like a mom's bag, it can store anything. Right. So I can simply write, list is like a bag which can store anything. So list is like a bag, right, which can store anything. That's the understanding. Now whenever I say store anything, what is the meaning of this? Right, 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 right. Store anything means of any data type. Right, right. Any data type. Any data type. Right, right. List is like a data structure which can store anything. Right. Any data type. This is the understanding. Right. Right. Now, if you might have worked in other programming language, right, right, you might have heard about this word array. Yes or no? Right. Some PS center is there. Sir, please guide me how to become educator for data analytics, for statistics and maths component. I hope I will get answer from you always. First of all, study things, then become a teacher, okay? Now don't spam the message. Right. Right. Let the people study, otherwise I will block you. So this array, right, right, you might have heard about this array. So list is there, right, then you have something called array. Right, right, right. List and array, we have two things, list and array. Array, you might have heard about this in C, C++. Yes or no, guys, everyone? If you are knowing other programming language, right, then you might be knowing this, list and array. Right, right. Very interesting concept. You will not get to understand this anywhere else. We are going to understand this in a lot of detail. Right. What is the difference between them? Right. Which is faster, this or this? Which takes a lot of space? We are going to understand everything in detail. Right. This I have not taught anywhere. Right. So please be focused here. Right. 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 So let's try to understand this first. Right. Very easily, let's try to understand this. So if you guys remember, in other programming language, whenever you used to define an array, then you used to define something array like this, integer of maybe some, let's say, array of, let's say, 20 memory block. You want to store 20 integer in this particular array A, yes or no? Here you just write integer array A, something like this, or just integer array 30, just write like this. This you used to do in other programming language, yes or no? This is you used to do it in other programming language. But now the question is, how array and list is different. Many people might not be knowing about array. Don't worry about that. I will come to this array definition and slowly everything, right? So we will be talking about the difference, which is faster, which is more optimized. So we are going to discuss everything here, right? Right. So now let's move ahead, right? So what is a list? List is another data structure which can store anything or any data type. So whenever I say any data type, it means heterogeneous. This is your heterogeneous. So it can store heterogeneous data type. This is the understanding. But what is an array? Right. What is an array? Array stores only one type of data. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all are integer. This is your array. And list is, let's say, Ram, a name, let's say vegetable, aloo is a vegetable, 1, 2, anything. This is the difference. In Python, the native data structure is list. But can you make array? Yes. You can also make an array using a library called NumPy. Now what is this library? We are going to study in Python for data science. We are going to study that also in detail. But as of now, this is the difference between array and list. Is it clear so far? Right? Yes or no? Right? Is it clear? Yes or no, everyone? Quickly. So far, the difference between array and list. Right? We will talk one by one in detail. Right now. Right. So let's say we have understood what is array and what is list. Right. So I will just go ahead. Right. Now, if you have to define an array, how can you define? Just simply write A is equals to 1, 2, 3, something like that. But if it is a list, then what you can do? Just write L is equals to, let's say this is an empty list. Now if you just look at type of L, then you will find that this is a list. See, type of L is a list. This is an empty list. Very good. Right. Now list can store anything. List can store anything. So L is equals to 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is also a list. So let's say type of L is a list. Type of L is a list. Very good. Right. But what is the difference between array and list? That is something we need to understand. Right. So array versus list. The first segment that we are going to study here is array versus list. So we will start this segment first. Array versus list. Right. Now, whenever you define array, you need to specify the number of bytes or number of, let's say, integers you want to store. So whenever you define array, you need to specify the number of integers you want to store. Right, right. This is something that you do. Already we have discussed in the programming languages. What do you do? Right. Let's say int array of 30. But there is a problem with this. Can you answer this? What is the problem with this particular method? If you define the array in this way, what is the problem? Right, right. What is the problem, guys? Anyone? Let's say you have reserved 30 blocks. You have reserved 30 blocks of memory space. 30 blocks of memory space. Right. Fine. You have reserved 30 blocks of memory space. But what if only 15 block is used? What if only 15 block is used? Right. Then can I say 15 block will be wasted? Yes or no? Right. 15 block will be wasted. Right. So here I can simply write, whenever you define array, you need to specify the number of blocks you want to use, or integer you want to store, or blocks you want to use. Right. Store, use. Right. This is the first thing. Right. Right. In other programming languages. In other programming languages. Programming language. Right. Right. Now, if the blocks are not used, right, memory blocks or space will be wasted. So it will be wasted. It will be wasted. This is the first thing. Second, let's say if there comes more number of elements, then also you cannot store. Then also you cannot store. Right, right. Why? Because it is like 30 blocks. Only you have to use 30 blocks. So basically, it cannot be less. If it is less than that, it can be less than that. But if it is less than that, memory will be wasted. If it is more than that, it cannot store. So it's a problem. This is a disadvantage. Right. So array are fixed size. Arrays are of fixed size. Is it clear till now? Arrays are of fixed size. But list is of dynamic size. List is of dynamic size. This is interesting. Right, right, right. List is of dynamic size. But to understand that list is of dynamic size, right, arrays are fixed size and homogeneous. Both of the things. Homogeneous. And list is of dynamic size and heterogeneous. To understand this, let's try to understand one very, very important thing, that how data is stored in a machine or in a memory. How data is stored. So this is something first we need to understand. So let's say you are defining an array of 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you think, guys? How it is stored? How it is stored? How does array is stored? Right, right, right. So let's say 1 has some binary number, 1 has some binary number, 2 is some binary number, right. 2 will be having the binary representation. Let's say 1, 0 is here, this is 0, 1. 3 will be having some binary representation, 0, 1, 1. 4 will be having some binary representation, 1, 0, 0. Something like that. Something like that. Yes or no? Right. But as of now, till now, I have taught you guys, whatever I have taught you the wrong thing. So till now what I have taught you that let's say this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So this will be stored like this, 1, 2, 3, 4. Why I taught you like this? Because indexing works this way. And I want to make sure that you guys understand the indexing very well. That's why I taught you that 1, 2, 3, 4, this is the storing, this is the way it is stored. But actually this is not the correct way. Then how the array is stored? Very important guys, say it carefully. How it is stored? Right. How the data is stored? Right. So basically array is not stored in this way. Array is stored something like this. So let's say here you have a memory block. First letter will start with the binary of, let's say, first digit or whatever it is here. So here it is first digit. So first binary, let's say 1, 0, 0, 0, something like that. Whatever binary it is. Then after that it starts, once it is ended, it will start the binaries of second number. Let's say second number binary is 0, 0, 1, something like that. Then once it is ended, then it will start the binaries of 3. Let's say 1, 0, 0, 1, something like that, and so on. This is called as contiguous memory block allocation. Contiguous allocation of memory. This is how array is stored. Right? This is the understanding of array. This is how an array is stored in our memory. Is it clear till now, everyone? Yes or no? Is it clear? Quickly, yes or no, guys, everyone? Right. Everyone, is it clear? Right. Very good. Now, how list is stored? So let's try to understand this. We understood how actually array is stored. Very good. Right. How list is stored? So list is very, unique. So how list is stored? So whenever you define 1, 2, 3, 4, how list is stored? Right. So this time what will happen? Let's say this is a memory block. Very good. Right. This is a memory block. Now here there will be some value 1, there will be some 2, some 3, some 4. At any random place, 1, 2, 3, 4 will be there. Right, in the memory. At any random place. And then you will be having a memory block like this. So this will be your memory block. Right. And now let's say this one will be having some address. Let's say 100. This address is 101. This will be having 102. This will be having 103. It can be any number. So let's say this is the address of this data, and this address will be stored here. 100, 101, 102, 103, and so on. And again, this also will be having some other addresses, maybe 501, 502, that is also possible. But this is the way data is stored in a list. Right? This is the way data is stored in a list. So I will just write the same thing, whatever we have discussed in array, right? How the data is stored in array and list. Why I am teaching you guys? You will realize one thing. Just give me 5 minutes. Once you understand this, then I will make you understand how important it is. Right? How data is stored in array? Array data is stored in a contiguous contiguous memory location. This is the understanding. Contiguous memory location. This is the first thing. Right. With binaries. Let's say with binaries at place. With binaries. Binary number. In list, address of the value is stored in a continuous fashion, continuous way. So first of all, anyone has any doubt how the data is being stored? Is it clear? I will give you a feel also. I will show you, so you don't need to worry about that. But is it clear till now? Yes or no? Right? So far, is it clear? Right? Lucky says, once again, very easy, Lucky. So let's say I will just remove this. Right. Contiguous memory means, okay. Contiguous is an English word, that's it. Continuous just means continuous, right? So here it is array. So I'll just one thing I will do. Let's say array. I will make two diagrams. Very important, guys. This is very important, right? This is right. Array. This is list, and let's see it, right? In array, what will happen? So let's say array is 1, 2, 3, right? So this is your RAM. Right? This is your RAM. What will happen here? Right? This is your memory block. Since you already will be defining that you want to store only 3 integers, so memory block will be fixed. Now here let's say binaries of 1, right? Binaries of 1 will be there. Then 2 binaries of 2 will be there. And then 3 binaries of 3 will be there. It will be continuous. Contiguous memory allocation or continuous memory allocation, whatever you want to use. This is your array. What happens in the list? L is equals to 1, 2, 3. In this case, let's say again this is a RAM. At any random place, 1 is there, 2 is there, 3 is there. Now here you will be having some address. So let's say here some address will be there. Some this one address is there. 501, 502, 503. This is the address. Now here you will be having a continuous memory allocation, something like this here in this case. But here it will store the address of this integer 501, 502, 503 and so on. This in return can have other address as well. Let's say 601, 602, another address can be also there. Doesn't matter, but this is the way the data is stored in a list. Is it clear? Yes or no? Is it clear so far? Everyone? Right. Whoever had doubt in understanding the memory allocation of array and list? Clear? Yes or no? Quickly. Right. Quickly, guys. Is it lagging? People are not responding quickly. Right. Okay, it's clear. Now try to understand. Right. Now try to understand a very simple thing. Right. Why we understood this? Because if you remember, we discussed that array stores homogeneous data. Array stores homogeneous data. Stores homogeneous data. Homogeneous data. Array stores homogeneous data. And list stores heterogeneous data. But have you ever thought why? Why list stores heterogeneous data? Why? Is there any reason? This is the reason actually. This arrangement is the reason. Why? Let's say you have L is equals to some number 1, A, that is string 2. Now what will happen? Randomly 1 will be here, A will be here and 2 will be here. But what? The memory block, this will be storing in a continuous fashion. What will it be storing? It will be storing the address of this number 501, 502, 503. So it will be storing 501, 502, 503. This is the best part. This is the best part. So that's why in array it is stored like this. That's why it is actually homogeneous, because you need to have the same type of data type stored in continuous way. But in the case of list, since you can have multiple data types, right, and its storing mechanism is different. How? Here 1, A, 2, and its address is stored here, right? Its address is stored here, and that's why you can store any data type. That's the understanding. Now guys, is it clear? If someone asks you in the interview, what is difference between array and list? Will you be able to make them explain, make them understand what is the difference? Why array stores the homogeneous data and list stores the heterogeneous data? Is it clear? Yes or no? Quickly. Everyone. Right. Very good. Now guys, let's move ahead to one more thing. Right. One more thing. Guys, now seeing this storage mechanism, I have two questions. First, which takes more space? Which takes more space? Which is faster, or let's say which is faster? Seeing this mechanism, what do you guys can understand from this? Right. Obviously, you see that list takes more space. Right. Now array, which is faster? Array is faster. Why? Because if you want to access the element directly, you can access it here. But in case of list, what will happen? First you will go to this 601, then you will go to 501, then from 501 you will go to 1. That's why array is faster and list is slower. Right? Clear? Everyone understood this? Right. Now one more question. Right. I mentioned that array is static. Right. So here I can just write. I will just write array is faster and takes less space or less memory as compared to list. This is the understanding. Very good. But still, right. Still, right. One more question. Right. I told you that array is of fixed size or static, but list is dynamic. How? How come list is dynamic, guys? List is dynamic. How come? How can we say that list is dynamic? How it works? right? Very easy to understand this. So what will happen, guys? See, what will happen? Each time new element is there, it will come to a different space, right? But how list is dynamic? There is a reason behind that as well, right? How? Right? So basically what happens whenever you start constructing a list, so let's say L is equals to 1, 2, 3. This is a list, right? So internally, what does Python do? Whatever value you have constructed, it will take the double space into 2. It can be into 3, it can be 4, into 0.5. You can also code that, doesn't matter. But as of now, just understand, internally Python creates double the memory space. So 1, 2, 3, let's say, and there are double spaces still empty, right? Still empty. Now what will happen again? If a new element is appended, then what will happen? If a new element is appended, then 1, again 2, 3, again it will first complete this. The moment memory is filled, again it will create double the memory that is used. So again there will be a lot of space. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All of this space. Again it will fill whatever address it has to fill, it will fill. And then again, once it is completed, then again into 2. Right. So Python internally works in such a way that each time 2x memory space is available. Right. So very good. So here I can just write list is dynamic because internally 2x or double the space is made available for addresses. That's the understanding, right? So based on the data, it keeps on increasing the blocks in memory with a certain speed, right? So list is dynamic because internally double the space is made available, or in other words, the blocks of memory is increased. Blocks of memory is increased. Now, this is the complete understanding of list and array. Right. And the way list is stored in the data, right? This is also called, right, referential way of storing, or referential array. You can just write referential array. Why? Because what is happening? Right. This is referencing to this, right? This is referencing to this, and so on. Right. And this address is also called as pointers. Many of the time people say it as a pointer. Right. So that's the complete understanding. Right. So now, very good. We have understood this. Now let's prove this practically also. Right. Rajkumar says, sir, could you show how it takes double space in memory? So that is something internally done. If you want to look at it, I can provide you the codes, but that is something, it is done internally. So that is something we cannot prove it as of now in the short span of time. But even if you just Google it out, you will get a lot of code proving it, that how it is taking 2x or 3x. Right. You can just get a proof of that. Different codes you will be getting it. Right. But now, how I can show you different memory spaces, how the data is stored, I can show you that in a very easy way. Right. So for example, so let's say we have a list. A is equals to this value 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. How to check the address of a data type? Do you remember, guys? I had taught you in the last class. If you want to check the address, just do ID of A. So see here, this is the address. See, guys. So this is the address of a list. right? Now similarly, if you want to see the address of the first element, ID of L0, you will find that this is also different. See, L of 0. Oh, why I am writing L? This will be A. A of 0. See, this is a different address. Right? Interesting. Now, one more interesting thing. This is 1, right? If you check the address of this 1, this will also be different. See, ID of 1. Just store like this. Oh, why I am doing this? ID of 1. Just do this. See, this is also different. Okay. It is not different. Oh, sorry. This will be same. So if you see ID of A0, this is the thing, right? And now if you see ID of 1, this is the thing. What does it mean, guys? The same thing that we had discussed. See, what is happening here? 1 is there, 1 came here, 1. This has an address 872, and this 872 is stored here, this 872. This is how we can prove it. Very simple way. Right? Right. Similarly, you can do for all the elements. You will find that the differences are different. The addresses are different. Right? Right. Right. Is it clear, everyone, now? Should I give you one more example? So let me show you one more example. Let's say ID of. Let's say here I will just write A second. See, A second. So what is the A second? See, this is the address. Now if you just see ID of 2, see here, this is something like this. Right. This is something right. You have different addresses. This for second element, and this second element is you have different addresses. Actually this, I don't know if this came with coincidence, but this should be actually different. But this is the understanding, right? This is the way you understand the referential spacing of, right. Okay, sorry, I guess ID of 3, right? ID of 3, sorry. So ID of 3. Okay, now this is the same thing. ID of 3 and ID of 2 and ID of 3. So it is same. So this is how it has been stored. Right. Sometimes you might get confused, but no need to worry about that. It's very simple. Take one memory allocation, just check it out. Hit and trial. I don't even remember this. Right. Just hit and trial. Check it out, figure it out. This is how you see the memory space. Is it clear, everyone? So far so good. Should I move ahead now? Right? Yes or no, guys, quickly. Right? Yes or no? Very good. Very good. Now, guys, moving ahead. This we have understood. Very good. Right. Very good. Now, let's say we have list. So L is equals to, we have 1, 2, and let's say some Ajay and something like this. Let's say milk, like this. So this is your list. L is equals to this. Right. So if you just look at type of L, right, type of L, then you will find that this is a list. Very good. Very good. Right. Now, answer me, guys. Very important. Right. How to make an empty list? Already we have discussed. This is an empty list. So type of L, this is your empty list. Very good. Now, can we make a homogeneous list? The answer is yes. You can make a homogeneous list. So this is your homogeneous list. Type of L. Right. Type of L, this is a homogeneous list. Can you make a heterogeneous list? Already you have seen the example. Yes, you can make a heterogeneous list as well. So this is your heterogeneous list. Right. Now guys, answer me a very quick question. Right. Very quick and very important thing. Can we make a 2D list? 2D list? Can we make a 2-dimensional list? Yes or no? Can we make a 2-dimensional list, everyone? Right? Can we make a 2-dimensional list? Right? So let's try to do this. So let's say again we have L is equals to 1, 2, and let's say here 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. You can say it is a 2D list or nested list, whatever you want to say it. So this is the list. Now guys, answer me. This is a homogeneous list or a heterogeneous list? Quickly. This is a homogeneous list or this is a heterogeneous list? Everyone has to answer this. Quickly. Think and then answer it. This is a homogeneous list or this is a heterogeneous list? Think it guys, everyone. Right. Many of you are saying homogeneous list. But see it carefully. This is actually a heterogeneous list. Why? Homogeneous means same type of data. But here inside this list, something is integer and some things are list. So I will just say heterogeneous list. Heterogeneous list. Right. So this is the understanding. So this is a heterogeneous list. Because list inside list. So we have some data type 1, 2 and someone is list. Right. Again, can we have 3D list? 3D list. Can we have 3D list? Something like this. Maybe 1, 2, right. Then let's say we have 3, 4, then we can have 5, 6. It is a 2D list, 3D list or not, everyone? How to know it is a 3D list? Right. How to know the 3D list? See the number of dimensions. Right. So here, number of square bracket. So it is 3, it is a 3D list. Now answer me, it is a homogeneous list or heterogeneous list? Right. Is it a homogeneous list or heterogeneous list? Everyone, quickly. It is a homogeneous list or heterogeneous list? Right. Few, Kiran is saying heterogeneous, Sambit is saying homogeneous. Right? Other people? So guys, this is homogeneous. This is homogeneous list. How? How this is homogeneous? See with respect to outer list. What is there inside this? A list of list. That's it. Because internally all are list. That's why it is homogeneous. Here internally it was not all list. It was all not number. Mix of number and list. Right. Is it clear, everyone? Right. So far so good? Yes or no? Right. Now moving ahead. So let's see a few more things. So let's say if you have a string, right, you want to convert this into a list. How can you convert this? Just write like a list. But what will be the output? Anyone? What will be the output here? If you do so. What will be the output here? Everyone has to reply, guys. What will be the output here? Please execute the code on Jupyter Notebook. Right. Very good, Rishikesh. So if you just execute this, this will look like this. This becomes a list, but every element is a member. Right. Isn't it interesting? Right. Now, moving ahead, lists are mutable. Right. So how come lists are mutable, guys? So let's say this is a list, right? Again, you want to access the element the same way you can access that we had seen in the stream, right? Python is very easy to understand, learn. Why? These are the regions, right? Have common syntax for every data structure. You can access the element something like this, L0, 1. Now, here you can just write now L0 is 1. Now you want to put it here some name. Maybe this time I want some name, let's say Wali, right? So here now if you see L, this has been now modified to Wali. Clear? Yes or no? Right. Now let's say if you have some movies, let's say movies is equals to maybe let's say Avenger 1, let's say Fast and Furious 1, let's say Fast and Furious 2, Fast and Furious 3, right. Number of tickets sold, let's say 100, 150, 200, 600. Let's say these are the movies. Now you want to access all the elements. How can you do, guys? Already we have seen in the string. So movies, just write first all the elements. But let's say you want to access only 0th element, like you can do like this. Let's say you want to access from 0th to 6 minus 1, 5th index element. You can do just like this. This is included, this is excluded. You want to have every second element, you can just do like this. See, every second element you will get. So already we have seen these things. If you want to access movies from negative indexes, you can also do something like this. See, negative index, this is -1. Right. So far so good, guys, everyone. Let's say now instead of 600 we want to put the Lucky's name. Let's say movie -1. So you want to put Lucky, right? So let's say just do Lucky. Lucky is also a movie. I don't know how many of you know, but this is also a movie, I guess by Salman Khan. I don't know, but let's say this is your movie. Right. See here. Done. Right. Again you want to reverse this. Can you use this? Right. Can you try using this? Yes or no? Quickly, guys. Can you try using this? What will happen if you use this? Quickly. Right. See here. It has been reversed. So already we have seen earlier. Right. But now let's say this is your movies list. So this is your movies list. Inside this list there is another list. Let's say Lucky, and here after that Lucky we will be having another list. Let's say Salman. Then we have another value. Let's say Saruk, my favorite Saruk. So let's say this is the list. Now this is your movies. So now I will just write here movies. So this is your movie. Right. Now let's say you want to access this now. How can you access, guys, this? Because this is a list inside list. How can you access? Simple. Movies -1. Movies -1. See here. Lucky, Salman, Saruk. right? Something like that. Now in this also you want to access Salman. How can you access Salman? Right, very simple, just write another index like this, Salman. So you can access multiple dimension in this way, accessing multi-dimensional list, This is the understanding, right, or nested list. So far so good. Everyone is clear? Yes or no? I want to hear yes or no from everyone. So far so good, guys. Quickly. Yes or no? Right? Everyone. Quickly. Very good. Now let's move ahead, guys. So we have seen about these things, right? So now we are going to see functions associated with list. So already we have seen whatever we had to. So now let's say, how can you modify? Already we have seen. It is a mutable, already we have seen. Let's say you want to add element to end of the list. Add element to end of the list. Can we do so? Right? Can we add elements to the end of the list? Everyone? Can we add? Quickly. Right? Can we add elements to the end of the list? Right. How can we add? Very easy. So let's say here movies is there. You want to append another movie. Let's say append. Right. What should be the name? Any movie that you want to keep it. Right. Maybe let's say I want to append a movie that is Kuch Kuch Hota Hai. Let's say KKHH. See now. See the movies now. So now if you see the movies, now if you will find that here now with respect to other movies, now you will be having one more element, Kuch Kuch Hota Hai. This is the understanding, right? So you have appended one more element, right? So what does append do? Add the element in the end of the list. I will show you one use case, how useful it is, right? Add element in the end of list, right? I will show you a very beautiful use case, right? So let's say what we can do, I will talk about the use case of append. Okay, let me talk it here itself. Let's say, right, there is a number of list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You want to make a list which has all even number. How can you make that? You want to add, or you want a list which has all even number. How can you make it? How can you do that? Right. Obviously there are different ways, but let's say even number. You will just write something like this, a list, then for I in num, right? See, for I in num. So let's say print I. First of all, check by printing I. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are the numbers. Now what you can do? If I percent 2, that is modulo is equals to 0, right? Then what you can do? Even list. This is the list. You can append what? I. Simple. Now if you see the even number list, it will be like this, only 2, 4, 6. This is the understanding. Is it clear, everyone? This can be one of the use cases. There are a lot of use cases. So for example, there is a book shelf, right? What you can do, right? You can each time add the book on a shelf, right? So what you can do, book shelf, right? Dot append, book 1, right? Book 1, right? Maybe then again, let's say book 2, book shelf, right? Dot append 2, right? Book 2, right? This is the way you actually use the append function, right? Book 1, book 2, and so on, right? Right. So far so good, right? Now there is a similar function called extend, right? What is this extend, right? So here, so we have seen append, right? List function, so list, functions of list. So already we have seen this append. Now we have something else called extend, right? What is this extend? This is also fun. What is this extend? So let's say here we have again a is equals to 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Now let's say if I do a dot extend, right? A dot extend 5. What will happen? It will give you an error. Why so? Right? It is similar to append, but little bit different. How? Right. So a dot extend, what you have to do? You have to actually put the element in the list. See here. Now if you see a, you will find 5. Right. So extend actually adds the element inside list, inside the list of a list, inside the element inside the list of a list. This might be confusing, this statement, but you understood, right? Because I showed you the demonstration that extend will always and always actually be appended, or the elements will be added first from the list. That's it. Now you can just play with it more. So let's say a dot extend. So now in this case, can I extend something like this? Right. 7, 8, 9. Can I do so? So see what happens. So let's say a is there. See 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 5, 7, 8, 9. Can I do more thing? So a dot extend. You have to answer it, guys. Can I extend something like this string? Can I do so string? What will be the result? Can I do so? What will be the result? Quickly, guys. You have to answer this. Quickly. Let's see how many of you are able to answer this. What will happen in this case? If you do so, a dot extend string, what will happen in this case? Quickly. Right? Very good, Sajil. Very good. Very good. So basically, right, extend breaks the element, whatever there is inside this. Right. So this is like inside the list. That's why you are getting like this. Right. So here you will get the whole string. But now if you just remove this, right, let's see if it works. Right. Now if you see, it will give you like this. Right. 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 So there are two things. First, here breaks the element, breaks the string, and it only works, it only happens with string. Breaks the string into element and then append to the list, to the list, to the list. It only happens with iterable, right? It only happens with iterable, right? If you do a dot extend, right, a dot extend, right, right, like this, string, whole things will be inserted as one element, right? If inside a list, whole string will be inserted. That's the understanding. Is it clear, everyone? Yes or no? Right. Yes or no? Right. So far so good, guys. Right. Should I move ahead now? Right. So one more example, let's say, or we have to write it just again. Extend is used to append elements from another iterable. This is the exact thing that you should be knowing. Another iterable, right? Another iterable. Right. So, for example, let's say your mom asked to bring, right? So you want let's say brinjal, and potato, right? Potato. Now your mom asked you, mom's list, she asked you to bring some maybe fruits, right? Now what you can do, right? If you are going for shopping, just you can write my list dot extend. So just write my list dot extend, right? Extend mom list. That's it. Mom list. Done. Now if you see my list, you will find like this. My list, something like this. So my list is modified, and mom list you will find as it is. So mom list is as it is. Clear? Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? Quickly. Yes or no? So far so good. Quickly. Right. Very good. Now guys, moving ahead. Fine, we have understood a lot. Let's see some operations on list. Can we do concatenation? Right. Concatenation of a list. So let's try to look at this. Let's say here we have 1, 2, 3, right? Plus 4, 5, 6, right? See here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can do so. Now you must be thinking, what is the difference between this and this extend? Right. Very simple. It is modifying the original list. Right. One of the original list. It is creating a new list. Right. Creating a new list. This is the difference. Right. That's the understanding. Now, moving ahead, can you have some multiplication around the list? So let's see it here. So maybe 1, right, with a multiplication factor of 10, right? Multiplication factor of 10. See, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, something like that. Let's say you have multiple elements. You want to repeat it. 1, 2, 3. Can you do this? Asterisk 10. See it. Right. Very good. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, something like that. Right. Now, moving ahead, can you, let's say we have L is equals to 1, 10, 20. Now, if you want to divide this L divided by 10, can you do this? Right. Can you execute this? You will get an error. So you cannot divide anything. So let's say you want to add something, L plus 10. See, this will also give you some error like this. Can you do something like this? It will also give you some error. Right. So you cannot do this. Right. Only thing allowed here was to concatenate two lists first and to repeat the value. That is the understanding. Right. Now let's say membership operator. So let's check out the membership operator in the list. So membership operator in the list, Let's say now here we have some list, right? You want to check if my item is there in the list or not. So what you can do, let's say here I will make a new list. So L is equals to some grocery list. Let's say maybe I will make it grocery list. So grocery list. I will make a grocery list like this. Let's say apple. Then we have mango. Then maybe let's say we have 1, 2, something like that. So now if you want to check if apple is there in grocery list or not, so apple in grocery list, right. So here it is true. So yes, it is present. If it will not be present, then it will give you false, right? That's the understanding, right? Right. So similarly, not in also you can find apple in grocery list. You can also do apple not in grocery list. It will give you false because it is there, right. Now guys, one more thing. Here we had seen, right, append, extend. There is one more operation of modifying a list, that is insert. So what does insert do? Right, to change the value at a required index. So for example, let's say here we have my list, right. So now here what you can do, you can simply use dot insert. So insert, right. So if you just use dot insert, see the tab, shift tab, my list insert whatever index you want to insert. So let's say at first index, so at potato you want to put, let's say maybe guava, and potato will be going to second index. Let's see it. So my list, now execute and see the my list. Now you will find my list. So now you will find that brinjal, guava and potato fruits are there. So this is also one way, insert. So append, extend and insert. Append at the last of the element, extend, it actually extends the original list, and insert to insert element at the required index. Operations plus multiplication is repetition, and all of these things will throw an error. And then membership in and not in. So this is the understanding, right. Now as there is one more concept, right, that is called as deep copy and shallow copy. So guys, should we take some break, 5 minutes of break, and then we will start with deep copy and shallow copy. This is the very important concept. I don't think today we will be able to complete data structure. Each time we take a target, but we are not able to complete it every time. So data structure, strings and list, right. Maybe next class we will start with data structure and function, but yes. So let's take a 5 minutes of break guys, and then we will again start with the deep copy and shallow copy, right. Should we start, guys, again? So let's start, guys, now. So we are going to have, another concept that is very, very important. And actually this is one of the major disadvantage of list, right? List already there are two disadvantages, very slow as compared to array, and also, right, takes a lot of space, right? But there is another concept called deep copy and shallow copy. What is this concept of deep copy and shallow copy? So this is something that we are going to look at, right? So let's try to understand this deep copy and shallow copy. So very easy concept, you don't need to worry about that, right? Very easy concept. I will give you two scenarios, scenario 1 and scenario 2, right? You are cheating in an exam, right? So you scenario 1 cheating in exam, and scenario 2 you are cheating in an exam, right? What is the difference between scenario 1 and scenario 2 is actually the deep copy and shallow copy. So let's say in scenario 1, right, this is person 1, right, and this is you, right? So person 1 is cheating from you, right? So now what you did in the initial 5 minutes, you wrote a small paper, you just took a small cheat, right, and just wrote all the option 1A, 2B, something like that, and you passed it to person P1. Done. Now at a later part of the exam, if you change your option, right, then P1 will not be knowing that, because he has got a cheat, right, and he is happy. He is not, or she is not keeping an eye if you are changing the option or not. So once the cheat is already provided, done. That is all. But what happens in scenario 2? Again P1 is there and you are here. Now this time person P1 is actually seeing live your paper, live your answer set, right? Checking out your live answer set. So whenever you do something like this, he will note it down. So whenever you change the value, he will also be changing his value, because he is seeing your paper by just having this orientation, slightly left or right orientation. This is the understanding. That's it. Right. This is called as shallow copy. This is called as deep copy. Right. Okay, guys, I have written opposite. So this is called as deep copy and this is called as shallow copy. Now to make you understand, right, I will show you with an example. It will be very, very clear, and this is going to be very easy thing. It's not going to be tough. So let's say A is equals to, let's say 1, 2, 3. See it carefully. A is equals to 1, 2, 3. Now what I am going to do? I am going to say A is equals to B. Now A is equals to B. Now see the value of A. A is hello Pratik. Why it is so? A. This is interesting. A is equals to 1, 2, 3. Now it is coming. So A is equals to 1, 2, 3 because I had assigned, B, A is equals to B. So let's say B is equals to A, right? B is equals to A. So now A is equals to 1, 2, 3 and B is equals to A, right? Very good. So A is this value and now B is this value. Fine, not a problem. Till here it is easy. Now what I am going to say, that instead of 1 at the 0th place of A, it should be 100. See, it should be 100. Now execute this What would be the value of A? This will be 100, 2, 3. But what will be the value of B? Can anyone answer this? What will be the value of B? Can anyone answer this quickly? What will be the value of B? A is fine, right? You understood this. But what will be the value of B? Right? Right? So basically, the value of B will also be changed, and that is 100, 2, 3. So this is called as shallow copy. Live, you are changing the values. That's it. So basically, whenever you made a variable A, so this A was actually 1, 2, 3 here. Right, in a memory block, this is your 1, 2, 3. Let's say here it is A. Now, whenever you did B is equals to A, so B is equals to A means B is pointing to the same thing. Now, when you changed 1 to 100, right, this B also got changed to 100. Right. So change in A also led to change in B, or even vice versa will also be true, because both of them are addressing to the same address, same memory location. This is the understanding. So if I have to write it here, this is called as shallow copy. Shallow copy means live cheating, right? Change in one will lead to change in another. But this is a notorious thing. Why you want so? Right. You don't want to, maybe let's say, modify one list. And in that case, what will you do? Right. So in that case, we have something different. Right. That is called as deep copy. Right. This was your shallow copy. Then we have something called deep copy. What will happen here in deep copy? Let's try to see this. So here in this case, let's say A is 100, 2, 3. Now B is equals to A dot copy. See, B is equals to A dot copy. This is the way you do, and just write here A. Now see 100, 2, 3. Now if you see B, it is 100, 2, 3. Let's say you want to change A, 0th element, from 100 to, let's say, 200, right? 200. Now let's see it, 200. So now A will be changed, but if you see carefully, B will not be changed. B is as it is. So it is called as deep copy. Cheating from a cheat. Cheating, right? One change will not lead to another. This is the understanding. Is it clear, everyone? Deep copy and shallow copy. Very important concept with respect to interviews. This can be asked in the interview. Yes or no, guys? Quickly. So far so good, everyone? Yes or no? Right? Very good. This is very easy to understand. Now guys, moving ahead. Right. So moving ahead. Right. Now we have understood this. Right. Now how to delete the items in a list. Right. Atanaska asks, what is used in practice for both? So this you will be looking at a later stage, because this is not the right time to answer this. But let's say if you have asked, I will explain you. Very easy. So there are a lot of industry use case. So let's say there is a server. Right. You might not understand, guys, so don't worry about that. What is a server? Server is a service. Right. So let's say you can have a backend server started. Right. You can have, let's say, front-end server started. Right. Now, let's say you are maintaining a list, right, where you think, right, that once backend server is started, there will be a flag, true, right? False, false, something like that. This list is there. But soon after, in the script, what happens, right? There is some another service comes. It can be anything, right? Some another service comes into the picture, right? Right. Now what you will do, right? Some other service, let's say this was server 1, let's say maybe server 2, right? Server 2. It has another backend, front end. Now let's say someone wants now not to use this detail, you want to use this. Then what will happen? Right. So you will just say, okay, list 1 is equals to list 2. So you do this list 2. Very good. You have done it. Not a problem. Now again, list 1 you modify. List 1 is modified. Maybe here you modified it that front end has stopped. Something like that. But you have done a classic mistake. The moment you did list 1 is equals to list 2 and you did this list 1 you updated with a front end server, this list 2 has also been updated, but both are different servers. Maybe it is possible that front end server is not running as of now here, right? That's a problem, right? So in this case you could have used very simple list 1 or list 2 dot copy and then just store like this. So this is one of the use cases that you can see. That's the understanding, right? Anyone has any other questions in deep copy, shallow copy, use cases, anything else, right? Anything else? Anything quickly? Is it clear, everyone? Should I move ahead, guys? Everyone? Yes or no? Quickly, yes or no? Should we start, guys, now? Further? Okay. So let's start. So we have to now see the delete items. So you have to delete few things. So to delete we have 4 methods, del, right, remove, pop, right, and then we have clear. So we are going to look at this one by one, right, one by one. So let's say first L is equals to 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is a list. Right, this is the list. Now you want to do pop. So the moment you do pop, the last element will be removed. So this particular 4 has been removed, and now if you see L, this has only 1, 2, 3. Right. So pop is last element removed. Similar to append add to the last element. Right, add to the last of the list. Pop remove the last element of the list. So removes the last element of the list. Very good. Now moving ahead, we have understood this. Now let's say you want to, again this was about pop. Now you want to let's say remove, L dot remove. Can you remove a desired number? The answer is yes. Try it out. So L dot remove 2, right? Now let's see. Here you don't have 2. So removes the desired element. Removes the desired element. Right? Right. Now let's make a new list because we have already very low number of elements now because we have deleted lots. So L equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what is the other function left? Okay, delete. Delete and clear. So first of all, clear. What will clear do? L dot clear. It will make the list empty. So make the list empty. Right, make the list empty. See it here. Now if you find L, this is an empty list. Right. Now again L is equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. again we have list 1 2 3 4 5. Now again this time you want to actually delete the whole variable del L. The moment you do del L, now try to execute this L, you will throw an error. So this is the understanding. So delete deletes the variable L. Right. Now again let's say we are having L. Let's say you want to delete any particular element. How can you delete it? Right. So you can also use del something like this L, and let's say first index element. You can do this as well. Now see the list 1 3 4 5. So slicing or index wise deletion can be also done. That's the understanding. Is it clear, everyone? Yes or no? Quickly, right? Yes or no, everyone? Now moving ahead. So there are other functions as well. So let's say these were the delete functions. Now let's say L is equals to 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. So now you want to get the minimum value of this list. Can you do so? The answer is yes, you can do so. Minimum of list. You want to have maximum value of the list, so you can just do max of L. Right. You want to have, let's say, length of list, so you can do so. That's as well length of list. Right. You want to sort the list, so you can also do this SORTED. So sorted. So here if you see this list, right, so you can do this as well 1 2 3 4 5. Right. Now there is one more function, sort. So here if you see, this is sort, right? Okay, sort is not defined, is it so? Right. Okay, let's say sort has been removed. I guess sort has been removed, but anyway, so this is just sorted. Now let's say this was your 1 2 3 4 5 ascending order. Now you want to change the order. What you can do? You can change the order. How can you change the order? Very simple. Just write reverse is equals to true. The moment you do reverse equals to true, see the magic. 5 4 3 2 1. Right. So this permanently reverse it. Right. Is it clear, everyone? Yes or no? Right. So it has now changed the order, ascending to descending. Right. Clear, guys, everyone? Should I move ahead now? Right. Everyone, yes or no? We have almost seen everything. Now the last thing that is remained, that is left, is list comprehension. So we are going to look at the last thing of today, list comprehension. Right. So this is the last thing that we are going to look at the list comprehension. One more thing, guys, here in deep copy, shallow copy, to understand it in a more better way, what you can do here, you can just do ID of A to get the address, ID of A. So you will find this address, and then you can also see ID of B. So ID of B, so it will give you the address, right? So you will find both are same address of the memory block. So this is the also way you can just verify it, right, that how it is working, right? So if someone has not understood this, you can see the address now. So for example, let's say B equals to A dot copy. So now you just do A, this is the value of A, let's say, and you just do ID of A. This time you will find the different memory spaces. So here you can just say ID of B, right? So this would be a different memory space. See, this is 1, 2 and this is 4, 4. In the previous thing, the memory space was same, memory address was same, right? Now last thing that we are going to look at is list comprehension. Now what is this list comprehension? We are going to look at this in very detail, right? What is list comprehension? To understand this list comprehension, first I will give you an example, right? Let's say, right, you want, so you have, let's say, price. So we have price. So we have in price some value 10, 20, right, 30, 40 and let's say 50. You want to double this price, right? These are the prices of some menu, some items. You want to double it, right? How can you double it, right? So can you do like this, prices asterisk 2? Can you do so, right? It is not doubling the price. It is actually multiplying the value 2 times, but you want to double it, right? So now how can you double it? How can you double it? So for this, what you will do? Doubled price. So let's say doubled price. We will be having this list, right? So now you can do for I in prices, right? For I in prices, doubled price dot append, right? Dot append. What you will do? Dot append I multiplied by 2. Done. That's it. That's it. Now if you see the doubled price, it has been doubled price. See, 20, 40, 60, right? It has been doubled. Very good. Not a problem. Right. But the same thing can be done very concisely using least comprehension. And actually comprehension, right, main aim of comprehension is to make the code very, very concise, right? So the same thing you can do something like this. See how I am going to do it. For price in prices, just you have to write like this. Done. Nothing. You don't need to worry about that now. For price in prices, that's it. And do one small step. Price multiplied by 2. Okay, and then put the symbol of list. This is a list comprehension. See? So here prices have written price. It's the price. See? This is double. 20, 40, 60, 80. So now here you had written 3 lines of code, but here you have written only 1 line of code. Right? There is nothing. This is not something new. Right? It is just that now you are writing the code in a more concise way. This is the understanding. Right? This is the understanding. This is your list comprehension. Very interesting. Right? Now, very good. We have understood this. Right? Can we see more examples? Let's say names. There are names. So let's say there are few names. Maybe let's say Jyoti is there. Then we have Arun is there. Let's say Arun is there. Right. Let's see more example. Now you want to capitalize. Make the first letter of each of the name capital. How can you do? Very easy. For name in names. Now use any function that you want to do. Right. Any function that you want to use. So name dot capitalize. Whatever string function that you want to use, capitalize. Done. Right. So in list comprehension, you can use any function. See, Jyoti and then capital A of Arun. See, right? You can use any function. Let's say you want to square the number. What you can do? Let's say numbers are 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you want to square the number, what you can do? For num in numbers, right? What do you have to do? Number square. So how to do? Number asterisk square. Done. Now execute this. Right? All the square numbers you will find. 1 square is 1, 2 square is 4, 3 square is 9, 4 square is 16, and so on. Anything you can do in list comprehension. Another example, let's say you have some file name. So file name, something like this, files, right? You have some files. Let's say doc1.ppt. First document is ppt. Now let's see, we have second document, right? doc2.jpg. Right. Let's say we have now doc3, right, .pdf. In fact, instead of doc1, just write file1, .ppt, file2.jpg, right, file2.jpg, and then we have file3.pdf, and then we have file4.pdf, file4.pdf. Now guys, you want to know how many types of file are there. What you can do, guys? Right? Anyone? Right? Think it, how can you do? This is one of the application of a special function of a string here. So now we are mixing two concepts, string and list. Right? String functions applied on list. If you guys remember, there was a concept, right, of split. So let's say you have file1.ppt. If you want to know, right, what is the extension of this file, what you can do? Very easy, dot split. On basis of what? You can split on dot. See, you got file and ppt, and then what you can do? Just select the first element, ppt. Now just write the same code for file in files, done, and then here file dot split, and here file dot split, and then just split on dot and select the -1. Done. Nothing else. See? Easily we have done it. Right. Now guys, if someone asks you, give me the unique one, how can you do that? Already you have not studied that, but it is like PDF is repeated 2 times. If someone asks you unique, then you can just write set. So set of this. So if you just write like this, then you will get unique. So here first of all I will keep it like this, right? But if someone wants unique, then you can just write set of this. So depends on you if you want to do this, right? But anyway, this is the understanding, right? Is it clear, everyone? Yes or no? Right. Survey says why -1? Because once you split, you get both the thing, file and ppt. But you want to know only the extension, that is ppt. That's why using negative index -1. Done. Right. Now, this was first thing. Can we have some condition in list comprehension? Conditional list comprehension. Can we have that as well? Conditional list comprehension. comprehension? The answer is yes. You can have conditional list comprehension as well. Right. So let's say we have email address we have. So let's say aj@hotmail. Right. Then let's say we have rj@yahoo. Right. Let's say we have again cj@gmail. You want only that email ID that ends with, let's say, Hotmail. Then what you can do? You can write a condition also. How? Very simple. For email in emails, see here, for email in emails, get us email. Very good. You will get the email first. But what is the condition? If email ends with Hotmail. That's it. Hotmail. So this is the approach. For email in emails, if email ends with hot email. So this will give you the list comprehension like this. See, aj@hotmail. This is the only value which ends with the hot email. Is it clear? Yes or no? List comprehension. Right? Quickly guys, everyone is clear till now? Right. Here Jyoti, you don't need a print statement. It is just you are getting like this. Anyone has any questions related to list comprehension? Quickly. Is it clear? Right. Very good. Now guys, moving ahead. Right. So can we have, right. This was about conditional list comprehension. Can we have nested list comprehension? Right. Can we have that? Nested list comprehension? Can we have guys nested list comprehension? So let's say here we have something called pairs. So pairs is equals to this for x in, let's say 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Right. Now for y in, right, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. Right. Now what I can do? Pairs dot append. Right. I am just appending the pairs. And how I am appending? X comma y. See, very beautiful. Pairs will come here. So these are the pairs. Can we write a list comprehension out of this? We can do that as well. Right. How can we do this? It is very easy. Right. But very interesting. For x in, right, see here. For x in, see it carefully. For x in, write the word 1, 2, 2. Let's say 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Very simple. Then for y in, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. So beautiful. What you want? You want x and y. So let's say x comma y. Very easy. And then you have having the same result like this. This is the beauty, right? So in list comprehension, you are able to do the same thing in one line, and here it was a multiple line. Right. This is the understanding. Right. Is it clear, everyone? Yes or no? Right. Survey says how conditional comprehension executes. Very simple. Whenever conditional comprehension is there, first of all it will start. So let's say here we have conditional list comprehension. Always it starts with left to right. So here, for example, for email, in emails, it will just first check email, and if email ends with this, then it will give you. So it actually it works like this way, right? So let's say if email ends with Hotmail, first it will be having the access of email, right? Right. So here we are having emails. So we are having emails. Now for each emails, right? For emails in emails, so it will just access all the emails now, right? Then it will check if it ends with the Hotmail. If it ends with the Hotmail, then it will give you the email one by one. That's it, right? This is the understanding, right? Right. Now, let's see more examples, right? Very good. So we have another example. Let's say I will make one more example. Let's say we have, students. These are the students. Let's say Ram, Syam, Mohan. These are the, or let's say Ajay. These are the students, Ram, Syam, Mohan, Ajay, right? Right, 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 right. Now this is your cricket team, right? Cricket team. So this player, let's say, is Ram, right? Simple Ram, and let's say maybe Bijay. All right, very good. These are the names. Now what you have to do, right? So you have to find those names which are both in student and cricket team, right? Both in the list, right? Students list and then cricket teams list. There is a question, is there any execution difference? Yes, execution difference is there. So basically list comprehension are more optimized, right? List comprehension are more optimized the way the code has been written, right? So it is very much, it is actually very much optimized, right? And that's why, right, most of the time, many of the time you will see that people are using list comprehension as well, right? So basically it will not create, right? It will not create much of the value. So for example, let's say what I can just show you. So let's say if you just filter out if email ends with the hot email, this is the first thing. If it filters out, right, then the time and space, right, both will be taken very lesser as compared to any loop approach. So what will happen? Let's discuss this more because two questions has been there. So whenever you say for L in L, let's say this list, print L, right? So what is going to happen? So the moment you do this, a memory block has been created, a bigger one, something like that, right? In this case, what will happen, right? So for email in email, if email ends with this, if this is happening, then only create this memory block, or then only just select this. So this is more optimized, right? This is more optimized. So I can just write the advantage as well of the list comprehension. So if I have to write the advantages of list comprehension, then I can just simply write it here, right? Just a second. Fair point. Two people asked this, so I'll just write it like below this. So advantages of list comprehension. Advantage. Right. So advantage of list comprehension is that, right, first, memory and space efficient. Memory and space efficient. Memory and space efficient. This is the first thing. So memory and space efficient. This is the first thing. Right. Second, requires few line of the code, requires fewer lines of the code, require fewer lines of code, fewer lines of code. So this is the example, or this is the advantage of list comprehension. So this is the understanding. Right. This is the understanding. Right. Now, Nailata says, can you please explain the nested list comprehension execution? So it will run one by one. So from left to right, right. So here it is. From left to right, it will run one by one. For this, then for this, and one by one the values goes to x and y. So this execution will look something like this. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, right. So what will happen? Sorry, 4, 5, 6, one by one. So first it will start with 1, 4, 5, 6, done, 1, 4, 1, 5, and then we have 1 and 6. Then again 2, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6, done, 2, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6. Right. Again 3, 4, 3, 5, 3, 6, and so on. And maybe you will see the value. Yeah, 1, 4, 1, 5, 1, 6, 2, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6, 3, 4, 3, 5, 3, 6. That is the understanding. Now guys, let's focus on this thing as well. So the question is, right, give the name, right, of the students who are both in the student list, right, and in the cricket team, and the name starts with some value, let's say A, right. So you have to give that name. How can you do that? Right. So you can just write for name in cricket team, let's say cricket team, for name in cricket team, fine, for name in cricket team, right. Now for this name in cricket team, you want to check if the name in students, you want to check that this name is in the student, and that too if name starts with if the name starts with, what starts with? Any value, let's say maybe R, then only give the name. This is something, the understanding. This is how you will write a list comprehension code. See, RAM. Right. So I'll write it again so that no one gets confused while revising also. Find the names both in students and cricket team. This is the first thing. Find the names both in students and cricket team, and the name should start with R, right. This is the ultimate depth of the question you are practicing, right. Sajil says, mera dekh lo. You were quite close, Sajil, right. This is the ultimate depth you guys are practicing. You will never get, right, this type of depth. But anyway, moving ahead, I will give you one homework. I don't know how many of you will be able to do this, right. Try to, right, make a 4x4 matrix, 4x4 matrix using list comprehension. Try it out, guys, try it out. And second question, right, make a Cartesian product using list comprehension. Please do it. What is Cartesian product? I will not talk about this. Please try to figure it out on your own. Right. You have to figure it out on your own, guys. Right. What is Cartesian product? Very easy thing. You might have studied in your class 10th, 12th, in your college days, in your universities, right? Now last thing, how to iterate on a list. Iterate on a list. Very easy. How to iterate on a list. Same way as string for I in L, print I. You can simply do like this. So you can just do like this, or you can also do, this is your right element wise. You can also use index wise for I in L, and that will be length of L, and that in the range. So in the range, so here I will just put range of this, right, and then you can just put print of I, right, print of I. So you can do that as well. So here again, this L of I, this is something you can just do it because you are accessing the element index wise. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is also you can do something on your own. Right. So this is the understanding. Right. So we have completed everything of a list. Last thing again, that is a function associated with the list, that is Jeep function. What is a Jeep? Very interesting function, right? Jeep, right? You might have seen the Jeep of a bag. Let's say this is your bag, right? So Jeep, right? So what does Jeep do? It actually clubs this side and this side of the bag, right? Similarly, here it is a Jeep function. What does Jeep do? So let's say if you have element list is equals to 1, 2, 3, and let's say L2 is equals to 4, 5, 6. It will Jeep the value together, club the value together, something like this. So here you can just write Jeep. Jeep means club the value or pair the value together. Pair the value together. This is the understanding. So let's say L1 is equals to maybe 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then here we have L2 is equals to 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. So this is going to be Jeep of L1, L2. So let's say you do L1, L2. You will not see any result. You will get this because this is an object. What is the object? You don't need to worry about this as of now. But the moment you do something like this, list of Jeep 1 and 2, right, you will get the value. So 1 has been clubbed to 4, 2 has been clubbed to 5, 3 has been clubbed to 6. In fact, you can add the value as well. How? So let's say in a list comprehension for I and J in Jeep of L1 and L2, L1 and L2. So you want to now add it. So what you can do? Right, I plus J in a list comprehension. Done. You can do this as well. So now if you execute this, this has been added. Right, 4, 1, 5, 2, 5, 7, 3, 6, 9. Right. This is the understanding. Again, Jeep is also an important function. Someone is asking what is Docker and Kubernetes. Sambit, why are you asking now? So this is the understanding. Right. This is actually right. Everything about list. One thing is still left, right, about the list. That is actually not necessary. But let's try to look at that as well because we have completed everything. Then why not last thing? So this is very useful when you are studying data structure and algorithm. So list as stack and queue. List as stack and queue. So this is the last thing that we are going to look at this. So what is stack, guys? If you have studied data structure and algorithm, it simply says last in, first out. So last in, first out. So the last element, right, added to the stack, right, stack will be the first one to be removed. The stack will be the first one to be removed, right, will be first one to be removed, right, to be removed. and we can see that already we have seen with the examples, but let's say here books, this is your books, right? Books shelf or whatever you want to say. So books, right? So books dot append. So here it will be book 1. So book 1, then again I will copy paste the same thing, books dot append book 2, right? Again book 3, right? Book 4, right? So what are you doing? Book 3, book 4, you are inserting everything one by one. So now if you see the books, this is book 1, book 2, book 3. And now if you do pop, right? So if you do pop, so what will happen? Right. So here if you see last in was played 4, but last out is book 4. Right. This is the understanding. Right. So whenever, right, you want to actually add some elements, right, you can use this concept of list, and actually here list has been converted in a form of stack. That's the understanding. One of the use case, right, browsing history, right, right. So let's say you have browsing history, right. Now what happens? So let's say browsing history, you want to append. First, if you guys have seen, everyone goes to home page, right? Home page. See here if you see notebook, then you have gone to download. Something happens in any of the website also. So let's say CareerCraftPro.com. So here CareerCraftPro.com. So here if you see, this is CareerCraftPro.com, and now let's say here you will go to courses. See CareerCraft.as.store /store, right? You go this way, right? So now here you can have, let's say, home page, then maybe let's say after home page you can just go to about us, right, about us, or let's say you can just go ahead courses, right, something like that. So this is the real use case, right, of, right, your list as a stack. Now what you can do, each time you just get back. So whenever you go back after visiting a page, so what are you doing? Pop, just use pop. So you have came out of the course, something like that. And that's how the browsing history now remains, right? Browsing history is, that's it, home page and about us. That's the understanding. One real use cases of this particular thing. So list as a stack. Right. Now moving ahead, guys, last thing of the day, that is queue. So what is queue? Right. Queue, you don't need to worry about that, guys, because this is again optional. I had told you. So queue is FIFO. So this is first in, first out. First in, first out. Right. So what will happen here? So this will be in orderly sequential manner. So it has two ends, right? Two ends. At one end, someone enters, and other end, things get out. Right. To implement this, we have a module called collection. From collections, import DQ. So this is a module, import DQ. Right. Now what I can do here, DQ, I can just call it, this function I can call it. What is the function you are going to study in the next class? So you don't need to worry about that. These are the optional things. I just wanted to, this is the last of the class, and I wanted to make sure that you should have some optional things as well. That's why I'm putting it out here. So checkout dot append. So this will be your customer 1, right? Customer 1, then so on. So this is your checkout dot append customer 1. Then we can have customer 2, right? Customer 2, and then we can have customer 3, right? Customer 3. Then we can have customer 4, and so on. Very easy, right? So this is your checkout. Now how can you use, right? Let's use this using a while loop. So while checkout, if there are elements in checkout, then checkout, right, checkout dot pop left, pop left. So this is a function called pop left. Just do this, and then let's say here store this somewhere customer. So customer is equals to this, and you can just write print serving this customer, serving this customer, serving this customer. This is the understanding. So you can just put it here, cust. That's it. Serving the customer 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. Right. So that's the understanding. Now last thing for the day, we have also Q in this collection. So from Q, so here I will just write it here. Last thing of the day, from Q, right? Q, right? From Q, import Q. So you can also import something like this. You can do also this way also Q. So Q can be executed like this way also. So Q, here is Q, right? So now here we have print Q. So print Q. So print Q is equals to this Q. And now in this Q we have some option put and remove. So here let's say print Q dot put. I am putting some object here. So print job 1, right? Print job 1, print job 1. So let's say print job 1. So now it can be anything. So print Q dot put job 1. So dot put job 1, and then we can have job 2, job 3, and so on. So job 2 here, then we can have job 3, right? Job 3, and so on. And again you can execute, right, in a similar way while not, if it is not empty. So print Q is not empty. So while print Q dot empty, if it is not empty, then what I can do, just get it. What I will just get it, print Q dot get, print Q dot get, and then here I can just write print job. So whatever job is there, print job. So print job is equals to this, and then you can just printing. So printing, right? Printing. So whenever you print actually any copy, this is the way it works actually. But let's say print job, and then execute this print job Q I have written. So print job. So here this is something how it worked. Print job 1, print job 2, print job 3. Again, that would be all, guys. Last things were optional, so you don't need to worry about that, right? Nagalata says getting sleep, sir, I can understand, but this ultimate depth, right, you will not find anywhere else. So we have completed everything whatever needed. So guys, this would be all for this lecture. Now moving ahead with the interview questions, whatever we have seen. Interview questions. Few very important interview questions that can be asked here, right, from whatever topics that you have studied. First question, what is difference between array and list? Between array and list. This is the first question, right? Second, very important to understand, difference between array and list. This is the first question. Sambit is asking when function. Yeah, today already we have completed a lot of things, but from next week I will not be coming YouTube live. For the paid people, I will be hosting the classes on the dashboard. So most probably from the next week there will be no any free YouTube live, right? So if you guys want to enroll in the course, you have to go to this website careercraftpro.com and get yourself enrolled in the course here, whatever we have, right? Go to this particular advanced certification program in data science artificial intelligence. Just you have to go ahead and just enroll it. Even if I just go live, then in the next week till function, since I had promised everyone till function I will be making everything free, but after that things will not be free. So maybe one class I might go live, but that would be the last thing. So difference between array and list, this is the first question that will be asked in the interview. Then the questions will be asked, what is deep copy and shallow copy? What is deep copy and shallow copy? Right, shallow copy. Right, this is another important question. Third, why list is heterogeneous? They can ask this also. Why list is heterogeneous? This is the third question. Use cases of list. Use cases of list. That is also can be asked. Right. Right. I guess that was enough. Anything? Some difference between extend and append. This type of question can be asked. Extend versus append. Right. This type of question is asked. Is list mutable? Something like that. That can also be asked. Right. Right. So that would be all for this session, guys. If you have any questions, please go ahead. Otherwise, you guys can go ahead and sleep. But this we have covered a lot of things in detail. Right. Right. If you have any questions, please go ahead. Anyone has any question? Devesh says, hi Ajay sir, how are you? Pehchana. Oh, hi Devesh. समझ लो पहचान लिया. Anyone has any questions? Please go ahead. Please share this channel to everyone. Like and subscribe. Right, that is Takiya Kalam. But anyway, anyone has any questions? Okay. Okay. So guys, how did you find today's session? Completed everything in detail. Are you guys there? Jyoti says, thank you sir. Most of the things I was not aware. Very good. तुषार says, yes, DL, NLP सब होगा, बट YouTube लाइव पे नहीं होगा, पेड सेशन में होगा. सब कुछ YouTube लाइव पे करूँगा तो मेरी टाइम की कॉस्ट क्या होगी? हाँ, राइट. Learned new things. Very good. Good night, Jyoti. Anyone has any questions? Did you enjoy today's lecture? Okay. So I guess that would be all for today's lecture. Right. 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 So let's meet in the next class. Assignments. I will be providing the assignments soon. By tomorrow morning, you will be having assignments. And there will be 2 assignments now. We will be discussing assignments in the private class on the dashboard, not on YouTube. So yeah, that would be all. Right. 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 Thank you guys everyone. Thank you. Bye bye.